Recording in progress.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor, I believe you're still on mute. Sorry. Oh,
Apologies, I was just on the phone with Councillor Journeau, who is having trouble connecting for some reason. So we were trying to see whether we could troubleshoot, but so far we're unable. So in his absence, I will take the helm until he appears. I am having trouble with the device that has my agenda on it, so I will go as best I can from memory. I'll call this meeting of Committee of the Whole to order for July 27th. Councillors, you have today's proposed agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or other changes to be made to the agenda? Hearing none, I will ask for a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Thank you, Councillor McGrath. All in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. The minutes of the regular meeting of, I suppose, July 13th have been circulated. Are there any errors, omissions, or corrections required to be made to those minutes? Sorry, Councillor Demota?
that's fine. I was just offering some assistance there. It was July 6th, but I have no change.
Well, I've just been provided a copy of the agenda, and I thank our diligent staff for that. And I was going that Committee of the Whole would have been 2 weeks ago, and I did some quick math, and it sure seems to me that it should have been July 13th.
You probably got it right. I don't know what I'm looking at then.
In any event, are there any errors, omissions, or corrections required to be made to the minutes of July 13th Committee of the Whole? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve those minutes as presented. Thank you, Councillor Kelleher-Empey. All in favor? That is carried. And we have a presentation today, Mr. Given, relating to arts and culture from Celina and Sabrina. So if you would like to make introductions so we could begin.
Your Worship, I will actually turn the floor over to our presenters. I know that they're here. I thank them for turning off their camera to start off the meeting, but we would invite you, Celina and Sabrina, to turn your camera on and welcome you to the council table electronically, I suppose. And you have an opportunity to make your presentation now.
Hi, everyone. Hi. I'll just share my screen. Is that showing up for everyone okay?
Not yet, unless
No.
it's supposed to be a black screen.
It should be our presentation slide. Is it working?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Okay.
There's mountain makers.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to share this.
We're just going to try one more thing so that it is full screen.
Presentation. Is it okay if we proceed like this?
I'm seeing nodding heads. Great.
Awesome. Awesome. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to give this space to speak. Mountain Makers recognizes the council's importance for arts and culture, and we appreciate this time for giving us this space to talk today. My name is Celina Frisson. I am a professional graphic designer, potter, and freelancer.
And I am Sabrina Doyle. I'm a professional writer and recreational artist.
Mountain Makers is an online platform. We have about 40+ members. Each of these members have a directory on our website, and it was created to essentially help locals and visitors find local creators in our community. We represent the Jasper, Hinton, Valemount region, and we are also a hub for slow culture, which includes music, writing, gardening, and education. At the moment, we are still working on our legal structure.
So at our core, we bridge the gap between creativity and entrepreneurship. We strive to help makers and other creatives find success within their practice. Through our community-driven platform, we foster growth and local discovery for individuals while also, really giving a bump to slow culture in the Northern Rockies. Our eventual goal is to provide an accessible and inspiring space for everyone from novices to professionals to explore multiple disciplines within arts and culture.
But there are lots of different elements of culture in our community. Mountain Makers is just one piece of the pie. Our makers include, but are not limited to, potters, fiber artists, woodworkers, jewelers, photographers, writers, and so much more. However, we have faced some challenges, me personally as a potter, and for the broader community. We have noticed there is some underutilized space. Space is not always equally accessible. We all know how hard it is to find a place to live here, let alone a space to create. We need to create equal opportunity for those to try new things. It can be at times cost prohibitive. And although I'd like to acknowledge Mayor Richard Ireland and the previous council members for trying to explore the need to reside issue in the past, for creative professionals whose businesses are not linked to physical commercial space, it is an ongoing issue. I have also noticed some lack of organization and educational resources.
But it's not just creative professionals and part-time side hustlers and hobbyists that are facing these issues. It's also a broad swath of the community, such as youth and seniors, and really anyone who has arts and culture as a part of their lifestyle. But this is stuff you already know. As per the Culture and Recreation Survey statistics that came out recently, it found that 97% of the questionnaires respondents believe that recreation and culture are either somewhat or very important to their quality of life and the overall well-being of the community. 21% said that their motivation for participating in culture and rec programs was specifically to be creative. But when we were talking exclusively to new residents, then that number jumped to 36%, which kind of suggests that we're losing those 15% of new residents that aren't being able to be creative in those ways. As for the Task Force Economic Recovery Report, as we move out of the worst of the COVID era, then the report explicitly said that we need to actively invest resources to increase the volume and diversity of cultural opportunities in the community.
This is not to mention as well the economic benefits of keeping local goods local. When we're able to buy local makers' work, we're able to keep that money within our ecosystem. As well as community diversification. It's very important that we have some kind of diversity, as we can't always replicate a sunny day in Jasper or a minus 40 degrees. And as well as inclusiveness. We call ourselves an inclusive community, but we are excluding a large percentage of people who may not be able to participate in outside recreational services. And as well as full-time artists. As per the council's strategic priority of community health, having full-time artists can create a well-rounded community. And as we know, a well-rounded community is a healthy community. So what is the opportunity? Mountain Makers would like to work with the municipality to find an equally accessible and inclusive space that legally complies with the need to reside rules.
We'd like to move forward with you on this with the following values. First of all, balance. As of right now, the balance of resources is heavily weighted towards recreation. We've put a lot of emphasis on the skate park, the arena, the pool, which of course are very integral to the community. However, we need to add a little bit of balance. Out of 20 municipal facilities and spaces in town, only one is dedicated to arts and culture, which is the library's programming. Also, collaboration. We want to work with you to find a space that would allow us to fit our needs and participate. Also, transparency. We would like to have a material strategy and corresponding budget for arts and culture. And finally, just attention. It would be really lovely to have an increase in acknowledgement from the council on the importance of arts and culture in the community.
So why should you care? If we are able to capitalize on the space, we can have thriving facilities, having a beautiful, usable, and shareable space that operates with a viable financial structure. Going back again, local goods and resources. Full-time artists lends the opportunity to fulfill stockists and local services. And workforce retention. We don't just lose a creative person, we also will lose a skilled specialist. When we think about the labor issue that's kind of going around in town, those are also creatives, and those creatives also create our labor as well.
And it's not just those people, it's also potentially people who have no interest in participating in creative pursuits themselves, but still like to engage with it within the community and are finding that lacking. So really, we are just a group of locals and neighbors that feel the support and equal opportunity for arts and culture in the community has been lacking.
But we appreciate this opportunity to work with you to increase the community's cultural bandwidth.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much for your time again.
Thank you both for that presentation. Much appreciated. As you asked, are there questions from councillors for Celina and Sabrina? Councillor McGrath.
Well, thank you very much to both of you for this presentation. It was a really wonderful way to start today's meeting, to hear from you both. I see so much value in this presentation and the path that you are starting to carve in our community. I see huge strategic relevance to our main strategic priority, as you mentioned, is community wellness and community health. And absolutely, this arts and culture scene isn't a healthy community if we aren't incorporating it equitably, as you mentioned. The arts and culture, I mean, then the culture recreation review, as well as the academic task force, I believe lends to a really important conversation at the table of council and the importance of recovery in our community and what does recovery look like and building resiliency. So I really appreciate this presentation and the timeliness of this presentation. I am aware of many artists in the community that are very aligned with the way that you're thinking today and the way that you are carving this path forward. And I'm really excited about the future potential of growing the arts and culture scene in our community and fostering a really beautiful, inclusive forward path.
Thank you, Jenna.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Keller-Harampe.
Thank you for your presentation. It was wonderful. I'd just like to ask, are you currently working with Arts for the Habitat and the Artists Guild? That's for Artists Guild?
Currently, we are not working with them. And with that, I look forward to talking about this more in detail in a closer conversation. But for the purposes of this presentation, at the moment, we are not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor DeMota.
Great job, and I like the direction you're going with. I've personally had a bit of experience with Celina. She's a member of the Culture and Rec Board, and I'm grateful to what she's been bringing to the table for discussion. And you know, I enjoy the growth of these discussions, and I think it's going to make our community better in the long run. And so I'm grateful to get this presentation today. And I also learned a new term, and I really like cultural bandwidth. And I think there's a great opportunity to expand that in the community. And I'm going to be using that, if that's okay, down the road. I didn't know if it was a common thing, maybe because I'm a little bit older now, but I really like that.
All yours.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor DeMota. Councillor Butler.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your presentation. Much appreciated. I also am in support of more highlighting and resources for the cultural scene in Jasper. My question is with respect to your specific ask for space, common space to be used, going back to Councillor Keller-Harampe's question, isn't that exactly what Habitat for the Arts space is? I thought that's what that was, and I'm just wondering whether that is in scope of your thinking or not, because I, again, understood that that is precisely what Habitat for the Arts space is intended for. So wondering your thoughts on that.
We're definitely open to more questions on working with the Habitat. This is, there's certain elements within the arts and culture space that are slightly different users.
I think it kind of goes back to the mandate about bridging and creativity to entrepreneurship. And again, I would be happy to have this discussion in a closer conversation.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor Butler. Councillor McGrath, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I'm curious if administration would see it fit for a motion to direct administration to that committee of the whole, direct administration to work with the Mountain Makers group to explore possibilities or feasibility to further this conversation from today's meeting. would that be a logical step?
Your worship, to Councillor McGrath's question, I think administration would be happy to work with the group at the direction of council. We might need a little bit more of bounds of what it is council's wishing us to explore and what you might want us to return with. I appreciate that the presentation had some specific requests. And so maybe if the direction was to explore the requests made in the presentation, and to return back to council with a report, that might be appropriate. That way we're being, and I'm sorry, ladies, I don't remember them off the top of my head, but I know that there were some bullet points there about these are the things we'd like to explore. Administration, if council wished administration to work with the group to explore those items, we could come back to a future committee meeting with a bit of a report about current status. I wouldn't expect council that at that stage, administration would be presenting suggestions of what to do, but what we would do is do a bit of a status report of, okay, so what is the situation around these 4 bullet points? And that's what I could imagine administration working with. From there, if council wished to direct us to do additional work on any specific one of the items, then you could scope it at that time. But so I think if the motion was specific to the requests made in the presentation, that would give us a little bit of clearer marching orders.
Thank you for that, Mr. Given. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland. I'd like to move that committee of the whole come back to a future committee of the whole meeting to follow up with the requests made in the presentation today, July 27th by Mountain Makers.
Thank you for that. Any debate on that motion? Councillor Butler, I thought I might have seen your hand earlier. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. Again, I appreciate the information we received. I feel like I myself would like a little time to digest what we've heard and to try to contextualize it with what is going on in the community already. Again, I don't see a linkage with the organization that we have established to provide what I thought was really the advantages that are being discussed here. So I find it a little premature to be directing administration already after having just heard this. So I find it just a little premature.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Demota.
I think I can understand where Councillor Butler is coming from, but I think that the request, I think we'll draw some of that ambiguity out and clarify some of the confusion. And I think that even just going forward to this will be helpful for our discussion, whether we decide to go in one direction or another. It would be healthy to have something in front of us to discuss. So right now, we've just had the presentation. I would like to get a little bit more and see what the opportunities might be. Thank you.
Councillor Kelleher-Empey.
I'm just curious if this presentation was made to the Culture and Rec Board and what input they would have coming back to council with our current Arts for Habitat and our Artists Guild, and what their recommendation would be. Councillor Demota, has this been presented?
I don't believe I've seen anything as of yet. And if I did, I apologize, but I'm sure we can get a follow-up on, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. My screen kind of went blank here, so I'm not sure who I'm talking to. Yeah, so it could be brought up if Ms. Frisson is available on Thursday. I think that's our next meeting on the 29th. We can have that discussion if that's the time and place to do it, and if they're ready to discuss it there.
Thank you for that. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you. That's the value that I see in administration coming back to the whole meeting to present a report to council with the ability to tie up all of the loose ends from all of the different perspectives that need to be considered. Administration has that tool in their toolkit and would be the best people to bring forward information to council in a tidied up report.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll speak sort of generally to the presentation and to the motion, if I may. Again, I thank you, ladies, for the presentation. And not to be defensive necessarily, but I think it's worth observing that although there may be a lack of equity and lack of facilities specifically for arts and culture, I think council over the years has demonstrated a real affinity to help grow arts and culture. In fact, the current facility, the Library and Cultural Center, was designed and purpose-built to incorporate an arts and culture theme rather than administrative offices, which was an option. And council certainly sided with creating space for the creative community. And that continues. We've seen that with Commemoration Park and CN Place, the Jim Bennett stage. And although we haven't, because of COVID, had much opportunity to incorporate that into the community in a general sense, it does, I think, reveal an attitude on council that the arts and culture are absolutely worth promoting. So I appreciate what you're saying, and that there will always be opportunities to increase the presence of art and culture in the community, and the creative side helps economically and socially and in so many other ways. So I appreciate all of that, but I think it's a consequence of numerous factors, but not an unwillingness on behalf of council. And we've had great assistance, certainly with other outside agencies. Tourism Jasper has certainly helped promote the stage in particular, as has Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce. So there are lots of interested players in this. I am particularly struck by your comments on 2 points. One, the need to reside component and how that might fit in, and at least 2 references that you made to a closer conversation. And I think that is what intrigues me most. And so to the extent that Councillor McGrath has made a motion to have administration come back with a more detailed report, my interest at this time really is to engage in that closer conversation. That seems to be one of your requests, and reading between the lines, I think I can understand why you would want that. I think it would be beneficial. And so whatever administration might do, what I see as a real step forward would be an opportunity for that closer conversation with the 2 of you, so we can get the lay of the land from your perspective, which I can understand you might not want to get into in any depth in this forum. So with that, to the extent that I would wish to continue the conversations, I would support the motion, but with an understanding that one of the first requests that we might accommodate is, in fact, that closer conversation. Is there anything else from council? Right, Councillor McGrath, I can invite you to close debate if you wish. Otherwise, I will call the question.
I'm ready for the question. Thank you very much, Mayor Ireland.
Thank you. I won't try and repeat it, but administration understands the motion, and I will call the question. All those in, I'm sorry, Councillor Butler, did you want to speak before I call the question?
Only I was going to ask if the question could be repeated. I've lost track of the wording of the motion was. Thank you.
Yes, the motion reads that committee of the whole direct administration to come back to a future of the whole, the report to follow up with the request made in the presentation today, dated July 20, the Mountain Maker.
And I believe, although the audio was a bit sketchy, you said at a future committee of the whole meeting. So sometime down the road, but not a designated time for that. Yes, thank you. All right, is there sufficient clarity on council to have me call the question? It appears so, so I will do that. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. So thank you for that. I look forward to another opportunity to speak with you both, and thank you for today's presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, the world of devices. All right, that takes us to agenda item 6, business arising from the minutes. Is there any business arising from the minutes of July 13 or other committee of the whole minutes? I see Councillor Journeau has rejoined us. I am happy, Councillor Journeau, to cede the meeting back to you. We are at agenda item 6, and I believe I have not seen any response to my call for business arising. So I think you can safely pick up the ball at agenda item 7.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for having chaired the first part of the meeting. I have been a panelist, so I have been listening, but with the help of Ms. Nadal, we got myself away from being a panelist, or sorry, observer to a panelist. So I got confused there. Is how I logged in, and it's learning a curve for me. So let's allow me to move on to the minutes, to the meeting agenda, and that'll be next item. Item 7, policy and governance, strategic priorities update, and that is a verbal report. Mr. Given, please.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Journeau. Administration has nothing specific to report on the strategic priorities. As Council knows, we are regularly tying our reports to your strategic priorities. And so I believe that in combination with the recently approved policy review process may make this item redundant on the agenda. I know that my experience here so far has been that this comes up and there hasn't been a lot of discussion arising. And my hope would be that administration is regularly showing council how items that we're bringing forward through reports are connected to your strategic priorities. And now that council has given us direction on how we want to review policy, perhaps in the future, this area would be better served to have any policies that are coming up for review come up here. And if there aren't any policies for review, then perhaps this item wouldn't be necessary on the agenda. But I don't have anything to report, again, recognizing that our connections to council strategic priorities are always shown in our administrative reports now.
Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Journeau. Nice to have you back. Yes, and you know what? I completely agree with Mr. Given. I think this was something that I brought forward initially because we were aligning some of our priorities, and because we were halfway through our term as this council, we had a number of initiatives. And when we met in August of 2019 to discuss, what the 7 main goals that we were going to accomplish were, we were having difficulty keeping some target lines, and this was a result of that. So initially was there to keep revisiting to see where were we at in the progress, but now that we have the task list and other endeavors in place, I think this has become redundant. I have appreciated it being there because it does give us kind of a sober look at things, and it's caused me to dive into things, but we are addressing things on a regular basis, and we're taking steps towards some of completing some of those goals. So I'm very grateful for that. And, I look forward to maybe moving this off of our regular agenda and tackling the issues that are in front of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Any other comments from councillors? Councillor Butler?
Just to, thank you very much, just to agree that this agenda item has not been actioned in so long that I can't really remember, and it seems redundant, and perhaps we should just remove it as a standing item. We had directed it that it be added as a standing item. I think we can let that go at this time. I agree.
Thank you. Councillor Demora.
Yeah, I just don't know if we need a motion for council to remove this. If so, then I'm willing to do that. If that'll help the process. So okay, so then I would like to put forward a motion. I move that council direct administration to remove the standing action item policy and governance from the committee of the whole agenda going forward.
Thank you for that. Any questions, comments on before we vote on this? Can I have a show of hands? All in favor? Thank you. None opposed. That is carried. Now we move on to new business, item 8.1, COVID Relief Reserve Income-Based Support for Daycare. And we have a request for decision on this item. Whoever's presenting, thank you very much.
Sure. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Journeau. I'll provide a very brief introduction, then I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Waxer. Council had two different motions that were somewhat related, as you'll see through our report. There was direction arising to administration related to $24,000 as a result of budget discussions that council set aside to provide income-based supports for childcare. And then there was also an additional direction to administration to develop a childcare strategy, a community childcare strategy. And you'll see through the report how those are connected. As Ms. Waxer will tell, I believe, during the presentation, this is a fast-moving area. And so some of the information from our report that was published on Friday has changed as a result of action from other governments. But the recommendations contained in the report are intended to provide council an opportunity to really take a systemic look at childcare in the community. And so to that point, the first recommendation is that council approve the use of $24,000 from the COVID Recovery Reserve to develop a community childcare strategy, and that the committee recommend council undertake advocacy to encourage the province of Alberta to join the nationwide early learning and childcare plan as soon as possible. We'll discuss each of those in turn, but at a high level, we have two recommendations for a committee to recommend forward to council, and we'll discuss the context of those recommendations as Ms. Waxer goes through her report. Kathleen, I'll turn it over to you if you're there.
I am here, thank you. I wanted to just start with a preamble that the world of early learning and care has been fraught with tensions in Canada for as long as I can remember. The tensions have included recognition of the professionalism of early childhood educators and moving the needle on pay grids to match the professional status. It's taken a great deal of time over the many years to understand that early childhood educators are educators, not babysitters. The next tension has been affordability of quality care, and because once the pay for educators has increased, the cost of the service, of course, has increased as well, because the bulk of cost of childcare is in the staffing. And when Lisa and I had an interesting conversation yesterday and talked about how parents are encouraged always to save for university. But when you look at the cost of early childhood, a full-time infant in our care would probably cost $16,000, which would probably be the equivalent of a university degree at a year at university, which been saving for. So the affordability is truly a challenge. And then the other issue has always been the question of who should be paying, who should be shouldering these costs. Should it be the parents themselves, or should it be government? I appreciate this council's understanding that the community-based system of early childhood learning and care has facilitated the participation of Jasper parents and especially women in the workforce, and which is thereby strengthening our local economy. However, now in the pandemic post pandemic recovery context, despite the exceptional quality of our education and care system offered at Wildflowers Childcare, more and more families are struggling to afford the fees. This may affect the sustainability, and if so, it is a challenge. And without this, it may affect the sustainability of Jasper as a home for young families, which in turn is problematic for the business community in terms of the workforce. Throughout my lengthy career, I felt like I've been on guard for childcare, with the exception of the years when the ELCC grant was in place. In that time, the pressure was off. Most families could afford the high quality care we offered, and our wonderful professional staff were well paid and offered professional development opportunities. This is a big childcare, early childhood learning and care is a big picture national level issue, which cannot be entirely solved at the local level. I do encourage you to advocate to the provincial government to negotiate with the federal government on their national early learning and childcare strategy, joining BC, Nova Scotia, the Yukon, and today Prince Edward Island. In the meantime, it's important to take a close look at the role childcare plays in the community of Jasper and its economy, and develop recommendations for the future. And I'm open to questions, and I know that Lisa Daniel is also here for in the event of any questions.
Thanks, Ms. Waxer. Deputy Mayor Journeau, I'll provide some additional information reflecting the report that's in your package. I know that council members have all read it, and Ms. Waxer gave a really important overall context for childcare in the national and local lens. And I wanted to run through the three different specific concepts that administration explored when coming up with our recommendation to you. The first was the idea of creating a new subsidy tier. So childcare through Wildflowers is already subsidized. The government of Alberta has for some time provided a subsidy for families with incomes at certain levels. That table that is in the report demonstrates what that subsidy is, and that has existed for some time. So the first concept that administration explored and how we might use $24,000 to provide an income-based subsidy was essentially to enhance the provincial system that was already in place to assist more families, because we are finding that the median income range for Jasperites is actually at the top of the income scale for subsidies. And it means that many, what we would call average Jasperites, receive no subsidy for childcare. So administration explored the idea of saying, well, could we create a new municipally supported tier on top of the provincial tiers that already exist? And that's the item that you'll see in the table in green for families that would have incomes between 75,000 and just under 85,000. That would have been able to provide, depending on how many people would qualify there for that, the $24,000 could have supported approximately 15 families for a total of 5 months of subsidy. And then council would likely have faced calls for that to become an annual operating expense or an annual subsidy. And so the concept explored there was limited by the amount of money that was available, and the way that it could be maximized in terms of benefit would be to pick that one specific tier. The challenge in this area would be the municipality now having to get into verifying incomes for those families, where that's something that is undertaken through provincial processes, as it is today for the rest of the tiers. The fast-moving nature of this world, as Ms. Waxer pointed out, there's moves nationally and provincially right now as a result of the federal government's commitment of a few $1 billion towards childcare, national childcare strategy. But independent of that, and just to be really clear, this is news independent of the national childcare strategy. The government of Alberta has recently announced, actually I think just yesterday, announced that they are creating what is essentially a tier that we were proposing. So we will say that it was Jasper's good idea and the province of Alberta took it. And maybe they thought of it independently on their own, but we like to think that they were reading our reports. So my understanding is that they created a new income tier that went from $75,000 to $90,000. And so they have created a new provincially funded income-based subsidy for childcare that will apply here in Jasper. And it essentially replicates the tier that we were proposing. So administration would have to go back and reconsider if there is another tier on top of that, that would be for families earning $90,000 and above. But we hadn't considered that because, again, that news just came out yesterday. The next concept that administration explored was a fixed discount for all families that are currently utilizing childcare services of Wildflowers. This would be the lowest administrative burden in terms of the administrative requirements to administer the program. We would not have to examine incomes, but we could acknowledge that all of the families utilizing the Wildflowers are facing cost pressures. And depending on the number of spaces that are occupied in the program, the discount that could be applied could be anywhere between $75 and $100 per space per month. Some families use multiple spaces because they have multiple children in the program. Some families use single spaces. And so that's why administration was considering it on a per space basis. Based on this approach and given our typical number of users in the program, administration estimates that this could support 52 families for a total of 6 months using $24,000. And so again, council after that time would likely face calls for that to become an ongoing municipal contribution, which is essentially an increased municipal subsidy. The final option that administration explored, recognizing that council has given us direction to develop a community childcare strategy, was whether the $24,000 might be invested in developing that strategy and taking a more systemic approach to childcare related issues in the community, including the current role of the municipality in the provision of childcare, the identification of gaps in childcare in Jasper compared to other communities, the potential role for approved family day homes, which was an item that came out of the Economic Recovery Task Force, a look at the impacts and benefits of childcare on economic growth and workforce participation, and then finally recommendations for appropriate future roles for the municipality in the provision of childcare, and recommendations for additional actions the municipality could take outside of direct municipal operations to increase and improve the provision of childcare in Jasper. Ultimately, administration landed on this as our recommendation to council as the best utilization of the funds, because this is a more comprehensive approach that would lead to council receiving the information it needs to take a systematic approach to childcare rather than a short-term approach, which would be beneficial to families in the near term, but which would likely lead to ongoing calls for increased municipal subsidy over the longer term. And so that is the overarching review of the report. There's some additional financial detail, as council can see, for Wildflowers. The forecast expense this year is just over $1.1 million, and the non-tax revenues, so tax revenues from all sources other than municipal taxes, the subsidy, are forecast at just over $1 million. So there's about $170,000 gap. And that's essentially what the municipal subsidy, the tax-based subsidy that council saw at budget reflects. And I will come back to the recommendations, and happy to take questions, of course, but to come back to the recommendations, administration's recommendation is that council approve the use of 24,000 from the COVID recovery reserve, and I'll speak to that, to develop the childcare strategy. Council's budget motion maintained the $24,000 within the budget for childcare, but it did segregate it intentionally to provide this income-based support. As I just spoke to, there is a gap between income and revenue in wildflowers that the municipal support is required to cover. Administration can operate the daycare at current rates, at the currently approved budget amount, but we do have some question of whether or not we'll be able to bring expenses down to match the municipal support for operating costs that was provided in the budget. And that's why our recommendation is that if council wishes to do the childcare strategy, that'd be funded from the COVID recovery reserve, which would leave that $24,000 that is in the childcare budget available for operations if needed, rather than administration coming to council at the end of the year in a deficit position for wildflowers. With that, I appreciate that's been a lot of talking for council, and you likely have many questions or discussion, and I will turn it back to the chair and to council.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon and Ms. Waxer. Did Ms. Daniel, do you have contributions to this at this time? No, thank you. Questions from Councillor Demota, and then Councillor Kelleher MP. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, and I think I'd like to direct this to Mrs. Waxer, not to put you on the spot. I thank you for presentation. It's always nice to see and hear from you. It's been a while. I was just wondering, when I was reading through all these recommendations, I do have some questions on the financial aspects of things, but putting that aside for later, I recall going back to a presentation that you made a while back on distinguishing between equity and equality, and there was you had a picture of people on stools reaching a shelf, I believe, and you know, the size of the stools were helping differentiate the differences. Now, when I was looking through this, I was going to call on you on your expert opinion to relate to me, or at least the rest of council, on what would be the best, keeping that concept in mind, what would be the best approach for council to consider with the recommendations here, considering, you know, addressing like equity and equality for the people using, you know, the program, as well as the residents of the community, if that's not too much to ask.
Boy, that's a big question.
I know, I guess there's a lot in one thing,
yeah.
But
I guess I would say that over my years, certainly the cost of childcare is a significant burden for all families, including particularly maybe the middle income families, because of the lack of subsidy. They often were just over the threshold beyond which they would receive any subsidy. And I must say that this is a very difficult time to offer an opinion, because so much is changing in the world of childcare, and with the federal government's plan up in the air, that the concept of offering $10 a day childcare in the long run, I think would be incredibly beneficial to the community of Jasper. And I think that the federal government strategy is on point, and I just hope that Alberta will connect with that, because that does address that whole equitable access piece.
That's good. And again, I didn't mean to put you on the spot with that. And that's fair enough for me. You know, and just for like to take a little bit of pressure off the concept for the general taxpayer in the community, I just like to relate back to the overall budget for CFS. And I'll finish talking after I'm finished with this for a bit. You know, like overall, our expenses, you know, to run CFS in general is about almost $2.9 million, and the tax contribution is a little over $500,000, and that doesn't factor in, you know, the actual facility and those operations. So, but you know, for a 30% investment, you know, for family services in our community, we're getting 70% more as far as, you know, services, you know, in other areas. So a lot of the times we focus on what it costs the community per child and stuff like that. And, you know, I think if you look at it holistically for what the community actually contributes to CFS, we're getting an overall greater level of service in general. So to take a little bit of pressure off that side of the discussion, you know, I like to focus on that sometimes just so that we can to get into the bigger picture of the actual families that are affected here. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Demola. Councillor Kelleher MP had her hand up.
I just want to clarify. So in 2021, we have 155,525. So that 24,000 is part of that budget figure. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what council voted on April 20th, to take that 24,000, put it into reserve. Now for the study, we're taking that out of the COVID reserve. Am I correct?
That's the recommendation, Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Questions from other councillors? Councillor McGrath, there, I see your hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Journeau, and thank you very much to administration for this really well presented report. I especially liked the alignment with university. You know, I haven't thought of daycare expenses in direct comparison to university education, so that was super valuable, and I really appreciated the background of the municipal contributions from 2011 forward, as I hadn't ever seen it so precisely laid out, where it once in 2011, $243,000 of municipal dollars being allocated, and now it's 155. So that was really helpful and really helps me make an informed decision today. I agree with the recommendations that have been brought forward from administration. I believe that a focused look at our local strategy in childcare specifically would be very, very helpful. I think that a fixed discount for all families in our childcare services would also be very meaningful, but not as sustainable as we would like to have. So I believe that that $24,000 could have a longer lasting impact if we did sink it into the right place and really putting intention and mindful strategic thinking into childcare and how we can help the most people in our community as possible. And I also agree with administration's recommendation that we encourage the province, that we advocate to encourage the province of Alberta to join the nationwide early learning and childcare plan as soon as possible. That's really the answer. And as Mrs. Waxer stated, that's the way to get equitable access to childcare for all families in Jasper, all families in Alberta, and all families in the country, essentially. And I very much do agree with administration when it is stated that the $24,000 needs to be available for operations of the municipal childcare facility this year, and not to allow the childcare center to go into a deficit, which would, at the end of the day, lie on the shoulders of parents potentially. So I suggest keeping that $24,000 in the operating budget as suggested, and moving forward with the recommendations that have been brought forward from administration. And I thank you all for all of your efforts.
Thank you for that. Comments from other councillors, questions? Mayor Richard Ireland, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Journeau. Through you to either Mr. Given or Ms. Waxer, I am inclined to be supportive of the recommendation, at least in part. My question is, my memory is no longer sufficient to tell me how we got to $24,000 in the first place. And if we are to develop a community childcare strategy, is $24,000 the right amount? Might it be less or more? And how would that work actually unfold? If we are looking to engage a consultant, perhaps the direction from council ought to be that administration go forth with an RFP and see what we can get for $24,000. I like the direction, but I am not full of confidence that we can get what we want with the money that we have notionally earmarked. And I can no longer recall why this discussion started at $24,000. I think it was an amount within the initial budget that we just set aside, but without understanding really the implications between that amount and what we might choose to do with it. So generally speaking, I support where administration wants to take us. I just have real difficulty fixating on that particular amount without some more information in that regard.
So Given.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Journeau. To Mayor Ireland's question, so the $24,000 was administration reflecting the motion that was made at council through budget for income-based supports for childcare. So we are trying to hew as closely as possible to the direction that was given by council. I think Ms. Daniel has some perspective on whether or not that amount is the right amount for this kind of study. I don't believe that council needs to give us direction on what method of engagement we would use to identify a consultant. And yes, it would be a consultant, but we would follow appropriate purchasing policy and practice in doing that. I think fair to say, Lisa, that you were thinking about that amount and thinking, well, it might be a squeeze to get it within, to get a comprehensive study within that amount. So feel free to give council your advice on that. But administration, with our recommendation, was looking just to hew closely to that previously given budget direction. And I would leave it to council to discuss where the context of why that number was chosen. But Lisa, do you have a sense of what a study like this with the deliverables that we identified in the report might cost?
I don't have an exact answer, so I apologize, but I have reached out to a few consultants in the area and who would be kind of specializing in this or working in this field. And the idea is somewhere around 25 to 35,000. We are also lucky that we already have some of the data that we outlined in the report through community conversations, data we've collected on family day homes, approved family day homes, what needs are in the community, sustainability, that kind of thing. So we do have some of the data collected already, but yeah, we would need to do a bit more work.
Any other comment? Questions? Councillor Butler, and then Councillor Kelleher MP.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Given and Mrs. Waxer and Ms. Daniel for your perspectives on this. I probably have a couple or three questions. The first is about the $155,000 number. Looked up the approved 2021 operating budget as presented online, and I see that same number is there. That $155,000 supplement to the daycare is the number that was presented in March. But we then of course, took the action that we took on the 20th of April to direct 24,000 of that into reserves. Yet that number on the RFD and in the budget is still the same. So I'd like to understand why that is the case. And to the point that Mayor Ireland referenced just a few minutes ago about why that number became a number, I think that the reason council back in April chose to direct that particular amount back into reserves was that that would leave the daycare with the approximate amount for the supplement that was there in 2019. And it was also the amount that we were looking at in late 2020 when we were considering budget. So that was the context for the $24,000. But I am confused as to why the number we're looking at here today does not reflect that change.
Deputy Mayor
Mr. Given?
Yeah, absolutely. Deputy Mayor Jeannot, I can speak to that. At budget and subsequent to budget, it was clear that council's direction was not to remove that from the daycare, that council did not take that money out of the budget, that it was retained within the budget, but that it was redirected towards reserves, which administration interpreted within the wildflowers reserves. So there are reserves right now. Administration maintains reserves for each different service area. So that $24,000 is still within the childcare budget, but council had been specific that it was not intended to be used for general day-to-day operations. It was to be segmented aside in reserves for an income-based subsidy. So had administration removed it from the budget, then the 155 would have been lower. But it was clear, council gave us clear direction that it was not, council did not intend to remove money from the childcare budget. Council intended to segment some money within the childcare budget to support an income-based support for families using the childcare. So, Councillor Butler, I hope that answers your question. If the money had been removed from the budget, which council was clear that that was not your intention, then we would reflect a number that was lower than $155,000. The money was maintained within the childcare budget at council direction. And so that is the total support that is given to the operation, recognizing that the $24,000 is segmented within that amount to be used for an income-based supports.
Thank you. I think, I believe Councillor Butler said he'd have more questions. So did you want to proceed?
Thank you very much. So I'm really interested to hear, and I'm really pleased to hear the new development from the government of Alberta creating the additional subsidy tier. It is, in fact, I think what many of us were thinking might be proposed for income-based subsidy. And I would completely agree that with the government having taken that step, that it may obviate council's wish to see that specific action taken. However, what it looks like to me is that the recommendation that we have here today is that we not direct that $24,000 that council had expressly directed to be put into reserves, that we not direct that $24,000 toward the study, and I agree with the value of the study, but that we we replace that $24,000 back into the operating budget of daycare, notwithstanding the fact that the provincial subsidy at the new tier will apply and be available for those parents who qualify, and that we take an additional $24,000 to do the study that's being talked about. Am I correct in understanding that that is the recommendation of administration?
Mr. Given?
Deputy Mayor Jeannot to Councillor Butler. Yes, Councillor Butler, that is 100% correct. As shown in the financial section of the report, the expenses for wildflowers for 2021 are forecast to be greater than the revenue. And any additional provincial subsidy, the new tier that has been announced, will not increase the revenue to wildflowers. It will decrease the expense to families using the service. So the Wildflowers today requires, based on forecasts, I should say based on forecasts, not today, but based on the budget forecasts, would require a net municipal support of around $155,000 to operate at a break even. And administration is fully comfortable of coming back to council at the end of the year and reporting whether or not we were able to reduce expenses to come into a balance at a lower amount of operating. But it just, I think council needs to recognize that administration already foresees that the operation will require that $24,000 in operations. And that's why we are specifically recommending that the $24,000 or any amount used for a childcare study should come from the COVID reserve. I suppose in the end, it really is sort of an either or. We could fund it from daycare operations, and then if at the end of the year we come back and daycare operations had a greater loss, needed more municipal support than we had in the budget, we would tell you that and ask for to cover that through the reserve. And so it sort of is a bit of a question of, do we use the reserve to cover an operating loss at the end of the year? Or if we can already forecast approximately what our expenses and costs, and revenues will be, then should we keep the operation whole and use the reserve to fund this one-time expense? And so that's why administration is suggesting that we use the reserve to fund the one-time expense and keep the operating dollars within the daycare operation, so that we don't have to come back to council with a greater operating loss when we can already foresee that that's the likely outcome of the budget amounts.
Any further comments, Councillor Butler? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I suppose that my thinking at the moment is that given that the announcement has been made by the government of Alberta with respect to the new subsidy tier, that at the very least we should consider this request, actually ask administration to reconsider the recommendations in light of that, or of that change. I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback on my computer, so it's confusing me. But I do want to respond to 2 points made with respect to the difficulty of the community implementing another tier of income support. The first difficulty pointed out was that if we did provide some income-based support for parents of daycare, as council has earlier directed, that would likely result in request for continuation of that into the future. And I acknowledge that that could be the case, but we're talking about COVID relief, and the same could be said about any COVID relief measures that we might take, that when we decide to help families, for example, with utility fee assistance, and we have asked that recommendations for that come back, that I have no doubt that some would like to see that program continue. But we are talking about COVID relief and not ongoing relief. So yes, it's a problem, but one that we all, I think, understood would be there. And I think the second piece that I want to talk about was difficulty with the municipality getting into income assessment as a tool to provide income-based relief. And I would point out that that is done all the time. For example, Evergreens Foundation uses that every day in terms of looking at assistance for seniors housing, because that's the way the system works. And indeed, we, the JCHC ourselves, use that kind of modeling for assistance, rent assistance for NPL Place. So looking at rent assist or income levels through tax returns is the usual way to do it, is pretty standard order of business. And neither of those things, I think, present a real challenge. However, if the province has stepped in and done what we already were talking about doing, then that obviously is a reason to reconsider. And so I think that it would be advisable to consider these recommendations in light of that change of the government at the provincial level. And we could come back to this again once we've had time to really consider the impact of that provincial decision.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Kelleher MP was had her hand raised earlier. You still want to speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Janot. I do. I have just one question. I'd like to thank you for your presentation on the study. I really support the study. I just want to ask, and this can be Mr. Given, Mrs. Waxer, within the study, will this look at the big picture of, like, we have a service industry, and currently we don't open weekends, we don't open nights, we don't open stat holidays. And with the shortage of workers, I know this summer, I've actually had to come to work because some of my staff couldn't come because they had no daycare. I'm curious, will we look at that big picture, like how we can promote more services to our industry that needs just not regular daycare 7 to 6?
Deputy Mayor Janot, to Councillor Keller MP's question, the very short version, yes, it would. But to be a bit more specific, the point around the current municipal role in the provision of childcare in the community would be an area where we would examine that. And also the identification of gaps compared to other communities, but also specific to Jasper. And I think that Jasper service industry is an example of that. And I think the big picture here, the big picture discussion is how appropriate is it possible for the municipality to meet all of the gaps in the community? And I'm sure Lisa has a view of that, but I think we can all recognize that given the really diverse nature of employment in Jasper and the cost structure of a municipal operation, the answer to that is likely no. And I think that this report would be intended to look at issues like that and come up with recommendations for other approaches that the municipality may act as a catalyst in, or a support or an encourager to, and that could be other daycare providers becoming established, the provision of increased number of family day homes within the national park context. There are probably a bunch of other solutions, but that kind of holistic discussion and examination is what administration was imagining in a community childcare strategy.
Thank you. I have one other question, if I can continue, Just, I'm looking at the figures from the background of the municipal contribution to the wildflowers from 2011 to 2021. During that time, we had $25 a day daycare. So in 2017, our contribution was $164,514, and I'm going to go to 2019. It was $131,511. I believe it ended in 2019. So I'm curious of why, when we had $25 daycare, our contribution was higher than we say even now for 2021 at 155 minus the 24, 131, say we maintained. Can you explain that to me? And if we got, like, the federal government is proposing this $15 or whether it's $25, how that reflects on the municipality and our portion to daycare.
Go ahead, Mr. Gibbon.
I'll take that one. So Deputy Mayor, Councillor Keller MP, sorry. The best way to describe it or explain it is that the $25 a day was for the parents. Again, it was like a subsidy. So it wasn't money that was coming into us to run the day-to-day. It was money that was going towards the parents' bill. So they were only paying $25 a day. And then we were having to use that grant money to fund the rest of the operation with, so say if our fees were $1,200 a month, parents were paying $550, and we were using that grant money to cover the other portion of their cost. So a lot of that money didn't come to the daycare itself. It went towards parent fees and keeping their fees lower. There was a small amount that went to doing things in the daycare that were required as per the grant, but it wasn't an overall cost savings for operations.
But what I don't understand is your costs then were higher than our costs now. Is that because we have lower number of children or a lower number of staff? I don't understand the correlation there.
Sorry, as in this year, like 2021?
Well, if we looked like, so 2016, we were 162,970, 2017, we were 164,514. We were down to 131,551 in 2019. So what I'm saying is like, did it cost more because we had the $25 a day daycare, because in 2019, our contribution was lower? Like, was that due to wages? Was that due to staffing? Was that due to, like, why was the cost so different?
Okay, lots of things, but specifically the ELCC grant started in May 2017. And during that time, the first year we were the pilot site, there was only 22 sites across Alberta that got the grant. And so our budget was already set then, right? So we couldn't change it at that point. And in 2017, they only gave us $500,000 to do the $25 a day. So we were very close to operating just like right under the radar, because they only gave us $500,000. Then in the next 2 years, so 2018 and 2019, during the government fiscal year, so April 1st to March 31st, which is a little bit different than our fiscal year, they renegotiated grants with each of the pilot sites. So we actually did get a little bit more money in 2018, and then a lot more money in 2019. So I do think that that's why that cost is down in 2019. And then in 2020, we could use it for the first 3 months. Then when we shut down for COVID, we were allowed to use some of it up until June. And then also not in the 2020 number is the additional money that council approved for COVID relief for the daycare. So that was actually our approved budget, but then you did approve more money for us to operate in 2020.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Demona.
Yeah, thank you. And you know what, I appreciate Councillor Keller-Rampy bringing that up, because you know, being in the community a long time and working across different sectors, you know, there are gaps, you know, I believe that could be addressed down the road, regardless of who's doing it, because I've worked with several people, you know, that needed coverage on weekends and holidays, and you know, after business hours too, right? Because sometimes you have parents, whether it's a single parent or two parents working in the service industry that require their, you know, their work requires them to be there at nighttime. But so thank you for bringing that up, because I think that's something worth considering. The other thing, just for clarification on the actual motion, and I don't want to be nitpicky, but just for down the road, you know, I don't know if I really like the kind of what I'm sensing is the 6 of one and a half dozen of another approach, because when I look at the actual motion from April 20th, and I was one of the people that voted in favor of that, it said that council reallocate $24,000 of daycare allocation to the COVID recovery reserve to be used to reduce daycare fees for low-income families. So there is a anyway, there's a specific designation there, you know, to go somewhere. And I believe my state of mind at the time was thinking that we had a specific COVID recovery reserve that wasn't attached to the daycare itself, that was something completely different. Although I do understand, Mr. Given, what you were describing in that allocation, but in my mind at the time, I thought it was going completely out of the daycare reserve and into something else. So that when I was voting for that, that was what my intention was. I can't speak for the other 3 that voted in favor. So thank you.
Comments from administration? Councillor McGrath, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Journeau. I appreciate the question asked by Councillor Keller-Hrampe on what the strategy would look like, or what what the childcare strategy would entail, and also drawing that line between the service industry and the unique needs of Jasper as a community. I think that there is a municipal role in childcare, and diving deeper into it would be really interesting to look closer at. I believe that it would be very easy to predict a childcare locally, a study locally coming back and saying that we need more support or more funding or more subsidy from whichever level of government was willing to offer it for families in Jasper. But what else could happen, and what could the municipal role look like? I'm thinking that maybe the municipality has a role in encouraging workforces to develop childcare spaces within their own facilities, within their own organizations, to empower them to perhaps receive tax breaks from their local government, and some more creative ways of looking at this strategy aside from just our own municipal facility, which of course has boundaries and walls and can't expand as much and as far and as wide as we would want it to expand. The community conversations around early childhood have been really prominent in the last year, and many discussions have been had about the gaps and the trends in this age range, and how it's impacting families in Jasper, and how to retain these families in our community, as they're very meaningful and well needed assets, but they're leaving our community. So how do we keep them? And how do we keep them employed? And how do we keep them healthy while they're community members in Jasper? And an example of the community conversations and where they've guided the childcare issue is that Shea is opening up a preschool program that will also be subsidized in the fall. So we are seeing progress, and we are moving in the right direction with childcare as a whole, but absolutely having some really focused and meaningful look at what this problem in our community entails, and how to get there before we have, say, a national childcare strategy at our fingertips to utilize. So I'm in favor of moving forward with the recommendations that administration has put forward today.
Thank you for that. I have some comments, if I may. First of all, there's a lot of data here, but the specific data is missing. We talk about operations and so on and so forth, but you didn't provide us with a financial statement as to what's going on here in the first 6 months. We have no idea how many are users. If you're going to provide, look for the agenda item is to provide income-based support for daycare. However, you're talking about preparing a childcare strategy. I would like to see something developed for childcare development for this community that the daycare does not provide. So we talked a lot about the service industry. They need daycare in the evenings. We don't provide that. We'll never provide that. So if I was to hear that the strategy is being developed to provide a model for individuals to do that, I'd be all for that. But to me, this is just kind of doing what we're doing now and just putting it in a written report or pro forma. The other factor is I think that from the other two levels of government, this is very, very fluid, it's very liquid. Things are going to happen. There's elections coming up. There's discussions from province to province that, eventually I think that we will have something that's more national, and you're not going to need childcare strategy because it's going to be given to us by the federal government. These are my comments. Any other comments? Councillor Demora.
Well, I do appreciate your comments, sir, Deputy Mayor Journeau. But that's all these are kind of pre-campaign speeches, and we don't know who's going to be in power. So we can be promised, $10 a day per child for 5 years, but it depends on who gets elected. So we don't even have one in the hand, never mind two in the bush. But healthy discussions either way.
So we have recommendations before us, and I was, may I state the recommendation you provided there, Mr. Given? Thank you. Mr. Given passed on to me. Perhaps the motion should have been that committee direct council to remove the standing council strategic priorities update from upcoming committee of the whole agenda. Not that we remove policy and governance for this. Sorry, I'm more confused now.
Yeah, apologies, Council Deputy Mayor Journeau. There was a separate council discussion going on about a previous item. Administration's recommendation in the report is still the one that stands.
Thank you. So are we sufficiently acknowledged? Councillor Butler, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I am in favor of allocating funds to develop a community childcare strategy for some of the reasons that we've touched on, in particular that Councillor Kelleher MP touched on, and I want to highlight some of those concerns that are present in the community around municipal provision of daycare services, and I think these are the reasons that we need to develop a community-wide strategy. The first really goes back to the reason for the discussion back at budget time around the size of the municipal subsidy, which is either $131,000 or $155,000 this year. The concern is that taxpayers provide a great deal of support for Wildflowers Daycare. We talk about the number, which I acknowledge has come down over the years to now that $130,000 to $155,000 number. But of course, the actual support is much greater than that, in the sense that the daycare as an operation does not have to manage its own overhead. It does not pay for space, which has a really considerable monetary value. They don't need, they have essentially no overhead. And beyond that, as far as I have been able to understand from the system, all of the capital contributions to the space do not get allocated toward the operation itself, but are rolled into the capital contributions for, in fact, the building that contains the daycare. So the tax-based subsidy for Wildflowers Daycare is well in excess of the, let's say, notional $150,000. I don't know what that number is. I have over the years asked for us to have some sense of what that number is. However, I've been unable to get answers to those. For example, we don't split out energy costs. I get that, we don't, but notionally, we all have to understand that there is a great deal of tax-based resource that goes toward childcare in Jasper. And I'm happy about that. Affordable and accessible daycare is very important to me, as I know it is to all of council. The problem that we face, and the problem that led, the reason that council gave the direction it did back in April, is that despite that really substantial study or a subsidy, the daycare fees in Jasper are relatively high compared to what we see in other areas. I know of for-profit daycares that have comparable fees, if not lower fees, to what we charge. So it is neither particularly affordable, nor is it particularly accessible in the context of our visitor-based economy. As has been pointed out, we don't have service available for a wide demographic of the community. We essentially have 9 to 5 daycare that is suitable for 9 to 5 workers. But 9 to 5 workers aren't the workers that drive the economy and that really characterize our community. So that is the reason that council back in April said, you know, if we are going to subsidize childcare services to the extent that we are, we would like to look at ways that we can direct some of that subsidy toward those who need it most. And I think that is entirely a laudable goal. I think it's entirely a fair and appropriate way for council to direct. It is all done with the intent of making childcare more affordable for those who need it most. And that was the spirit of that motion. And I hope that that would be the spirit of an effort to develop a community childcare strategy. I am absolutely in favor of it, so long as we have a really good conversation in advance of what are the questions that we want to ask and who are we talking to. It cannot be just sort of inward looking, internal kind of review, but one that looks, as I think was the intent of the recommendation from the COVID Recovery Committee, that we take a really broad look at the needs of the community and find ways to match our childcare provision to the needs of the community and not to necessarily what works best for the organization. So I am in favor of that recommendation, but I am not yet comfortable with the allocation that is described in the RFD for the operations of the daycare this year, because I believe council intended that it be a different number. And I think we were going to have to come back to that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. But just to clarify, you're in favor of the recommendation, but so does that mean you're in favor of the first part? I'm just trying to come up with a conclusion on here.
Well, Councillor Butler, perhaps we could move on to motions if there are any council members that are willing to make motions of any of the recommendations or alternatives that administration provided.
But before that, we still have comments from Mayor Ireland and Councillor McGrath. I just wanted to clarify Councillor Butler's closing remarks, but
I'm in favor of the 2 points as recommended. I think that there is some further discussion needed with respect to the operating budget this year, but that could be a different conversation.
Thank you very much for that. Mayor Ireland, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I have a question for administration, and I don't think there's a motion yet before us in any event. We have discussed the first of the recommendations at length, and when there is a motion, I can speak to the motion. But with respect to the second recommendation, the report is not nearly so fulsome with respect to the advocacy that we might undertake. And so my specific question is whether administration has any understanding of whether AUMA, our provincial body, has taken a position on this, and whether at this late stage it might be possible as an advocacy measure for us to submit an emergency resolution to convention this year to give the advocacy effort some real legs. Otherwise, I presume it's just calling on various ministers and our MLA to lobby. But I wonder whether there is an opportunity and whether administration has had any opportunity to look at that question about how we might most effectively direct a lobby effort to other orders of government.
Mr. Gibbon.
Deputy Mayor Journeau, to Mayor Ireland's question, we have not examined whether there are any resolutions at AUMA convention on this topic. I would have to check to see. Mayor Ireland, I know that you're on the governance committee at AUMA, which is charged with reviewing resolutions to the conference. And I know that there's a deadline that is either fast approaching or may have passed, just going from previous year's memories. And I don't know whether or not this is a topic that they would accept as an emergent resolution. Certainly administration could examine that and see if it would be possible. I would suggest, though, that that might not be the most productive approach. As we've already heard this morning, the childcare area is pretty fast moving. I'm certain that the federal government has a political imperative to deliver on their promises that they made in budget. prior to any potential fall election. So they will have an imperative to move on this before the, any potential fall federal election, before the AUMA convention in November. And the provincial government may have other motivations about their desire to move quickly or not. I think the administrative recommendation here is simply that council formally adopt a position that Alberta should join on, and then administration would leave it to council on how you'd wish to activate that. That may be a letter from the mayor to the appropriate ministers and MLA and MP. And I think even really the public discussion of council formally taking a position would start to add the weight of Jasper Council on behalf of the community to this discussion that impacts Jasperites.
Thank you for that. Mayor Ireland, did you have a follow-up?
I have no follow-up. I know there are councillors waiting to speak. I would be prepared to make a motion, but if another councillor is eager to do that and they wish to speak in any event or ask questions, I will defer.
Thank you. Councillor McGrath will speak next, and after that, I'll be looking for a motion.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Janot. The intention of me raising my hand was to put a motion on the table that committee recommend council approve the use of $24,000 from the COVID recovery to develop a community childcare strategy, and that committee recommend council undertake advocacy to encourage the province of Alberta to join nationwide early learning and childcare plan as soon as possible.
Thank you for that. That's a motion with two separate items in it. Are we satisfied that that's okay in one, or do we want to split them? Councillor Demota, you have comments, and then Mayor Ireland, please.
Well, I'm not sure exactly. I guess there's a motion on the table, but I did have my hand up because I did have some clarifying questions, but I just didn't want it to take up my time during the motion because I do have other comments. Councillor Janot, Deputy Mayor Janot, I was also under the same similar sentiment that we don't have our current numbers in front of us, and when we were making these decisions in the spring, we were basing it on occupancy numbers that were in front of us and in comparison to 2020, and being somewhat uncertain of what the pandemic was going to look like for the summertime. And, for me, having consideration for similarities to last year, that's kind of where I was basing my, decisions on. So if things have changed since then, I was going to ask with the support of council, I was just going to ask Ms. Daniels if the demand for occupancy has increased, and what are the other reasonings behind the request for the 24,000 moving into regular funding.
Ms. Daniel, go ahead.
Deputy Mayor Janot through to Councillor Demota. That's a great question. And yes, I can answer that. So a couple of things. We definitely have seen an increase in numbers since March, when I think this motion or the budget was put forward. In March, we had enrollment at about 45 children a day, and now we're up to 51 children a day. So that is a little bit of an increase. The biggest increase is due to us opening our infant room. So we have 4 infants now, and we'll hopefully be getting more infants as we go. So right now that's the occupancy, but I would like to say that as Councillor McGrath mentioned earlier, there is other childcare in town now for 3 to 5 year olds, so in the preschool age. So come September, we are going to see a little bit of a drop in our preschool numbers and no change in our infants and toddlers, but we're going to be at about 50% capacity in our preschool age children, because there is other opportunities for parents. At a Cold Rocher, they're offering a preschool program in the morning and then a daycare in the afternoon. And then at the Jasper Elementary School, they do also have a preschool program that runs Monday to Thursday. And those cost less than having the childcare in our facility. Then also we've had, because we have infants and toddlers, there's an increase in increase in staffing needed for those areas, because the infants, we can only take 4 to 1 staff, whereas the preschool age children, we can take 10 to 1 staff. So it's a little bit more to have, a little bit more cost to have infants and toddlers than it is to have preschool age children, because we can have more of them with less staff. So just so you know, that's where the budget is right now.
Thank you for that. Any further comments? We're going to go back to the motion. Mayor Ireland, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Journo. I wish to offer what I hope Councillor McGrath might receive as a friendly amendment to the motion. And that would be to insert some language so that the motion might read, the committee recommend council approve the use of $24,000 from that portion of the COVID recovery reserve previously allocated to provide subsidies to users of municipal childcare services. In other words, the intent of the motion is that that money, the $24,000, was allocated to reserve for a specific purpose. And I'm inclined to say that I would continue to respect that direction from council. I appreciate that sometime down the road, administration may well come back to us and say there's not enough money in the operating budget for operations. That is an inherently a budget-based decision, which is different than the decision before us today. So I would prefer to separate the two. That $24,000 was set aside for the reserve to be allocated for a subsidy. This is maybe somewhat different, but it is absolutely appropriate. And we can come back if we must at a later time to deal with the question of a shortfall in the operating budget. And I offer this for a number of reasons. I was one who voted against the motion initially, but voted in favor of the overall budget. And I have a duty to respect the will of council, and it was reflected back in April that those funds should be set aside for a slightly different purpose, not operations. I welcome that discussion at a further time, but for purposes of this discussion, I would offer that amendment, and then I would speak in favor, I would vote in favor of the motion so amended, knowing that ultimately we could come back to this question about whether the operating budget is going to suffer a shortfall in daycare and what we have to do about that.
Thank you, Mr. Ireland. Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I think we have 3 different points here all of a sudden. But Councillor McGrath, you made the motion. I'll allow you to speak to that amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Journo. Yes, I accept that friendly amendment, and I agree with everything stated. Thank you.
So somebody got this motion written down? Oh, Mayor Ireland does have, and looks like Mr. Given is ready to address that. So before we answer, Mr. Given, so we still have the 2 recommendations that are as presented in the agenda with the amendment by Mayor Ireland. And it's going to be voted on as once, correct? Mr. Given.
Deputy Mayor Journo, sorry for interrupting. I was just going to say, yes, administration, I believe we can follow that friendly amendment, which was just specific to the funding source of the $24,000 that would be taken from existing funds and not an additional draw on the COVID recovery reserve. So I think that that's understood the intent, and we can get the specific wording from the recording.
So there is a 3rd item in here that we're not going to use the funds that we had first talked about. Is this correct?
I heard Mayor Ireland pose a friendly amendment. I heard Councillor McGrath accept that amendment. And so we have 2 points in the motion. The first point is that council approve the use of $24,000 from the COVID recovery reserve. And this is where the friendly amendment comes in, and not from the funds previously dedicated to income-based supports. And the second motion, second point is that committee recommend council undertake advocacy to encourage the province to join the national childcare strategy. So there's really those 2 points that are under discussion for council to vote on.
Thank you. We are all clear on this. Councillor Butler.
Well, I just want to make sure we are all clear on this, because I think Mr. Given just stumbled momentarily there, but you did not mean to say, and not from the funds previously allocated for income-based support, but this would be from those funds previously so dedicated.
Yes,
right?
correct, Councillor Butler. That's what I understood Mayor Ireland to say.
I just want to make sure that all of us, because it's a pretty important difference. And I also want to thank Mayor Ireland for bringing that forward. It satisfactorily addressed a concern that I had, but I hadn't thought of that creative way of dealing with it yet. So thank you.
Councillor Demora, you had your hand up. No, thank you. Are we ready for the question? You understand the question? All in favor? I don't. Okay, I don't clearly see all the hands up. Thank you very much. That's carried, none opposed. Before we move to the next item, I would like to call for a little session break. At 11:21, we'll come back at 11:30. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It is approaching 11:30, and as previously mentioned, I would like to resume the meeting and move on to item 8.2 on our agenda, Community Conversations Policy. We have an agenda package, and this will be presented by Mr. Given.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Journeau, supported, I think, by Ms. Riddell, who may be here. And I'm actually just going to, at this early stage, say that Ms. Riddell is supposed to be on vacation this week, but I see her name in the attendee list. And so I'm actually going to not put her on the spot for presenting, but certainly leave her here as backup for detailed questions if they come up from council, as she is the most familiar with community conversations. So Lisa, will only call on you as needed. Appreciate you zooming in while you're supposed to be on vacation. Council, on July 13th, Council directed administration to draft a community conversations policy. We're here today with that policy for your consideration. We have two recommendations: that committee recommend council approve the policy as presented, and that committee direct administration present the resources required to start the new community conversations focus areas in 2022 at the 2022 budget presentation. I will speak to why we have that second recommendation, but at a very high level, you'll see that expanding community conversations to new focus areas or new themes would require some additional administrative resources. And so that's why we're recommending you adopt the policy, but leave implementation to a little bit later on, where we could present to you what the additional resources required would be. That aside, we'll speak to the overall report now. Council, I believe, directed administration to consider a community conversations report in an effort to find sort of the best of both worlds. I think community conversations are well appreciated and have a long history in Jasper. And there was a desire to see if there could be an increased focus on different topic areas. And to see if there was an opportunity to improve the flow of information between council, administration, and participating community members. and overall to reduce the ambiguity and inconsistency in how we approach community engagement, recognizing that we're currently using one approach, which is highly formalized for Culture and Rec through the long-standing Culture and Rec Board. And we're using a bit of a different approach through community conversations. And so administration attempted to bring together those approaches and to provide some more definition to community conversation that would apply to the existing community conversations, as well as see if we could develop an approach that could transfer to other focus areas. So you'll see in the attached policy that administration has a policy statement, a suggested policy statement that the municipality recognizes the role of resident engagement to help ensure that municipal services and programs remain responsive to changing community needs, and that we see facilitated community conversations as an approach to that public engagement. The rest of the policy describes some of the detailed information that was missing from community conversations today because it isn't documented in a way that is visible to the public or approved by council. And so the attached policy does describe what the membership is for participation in these community conversations. It describes the roles of council members who would be attending or be appointed to the community conversations, describes the role of administration, which is really a support role, and a facilitator, and describes the expected role for participants in community conversations. Because administration had heard over the years that there was some ambiguity about whether participants were there to advocate to council or to hear from council, and this policy provides an opportunity that really is all of the above, and describes how that could work. Moving on to the second page of the policy, we start to get into the meat of the definition of the new focus areas. Under the section called Areas of Focus, administration is recommending that there would be 4 focus areas, with the first, social well-being, being split up by life stage. And so that first bullet and sub-bullets of social well-being with the focuses of early childhood, school age, adults, and seniors. I think council will recognize that as what we know today as community conversations. So administration is retaining the current community conversations approach and building it into this model, and providing council an opportunity to decide whether they wish to initiate community conversations on arts and culture, recreation, and environmental responsibility. So to be clear, administration is proposing these because we heard council discuss that. If council doesn't feel a need for any of these, it's your policy, and you could choose to include or exclude items here. The next section describes the format about how often community conversations would happen by focus area, how many meetings, what the meeting schedule would be. And then the next area starts to describe what the information flow would be. And we really see that there are 3 directions of information flow. 2 of them are described here in the policy. The first is community conversations feeding up to council. And administration is recommending that the approach there would be that each of the community conversation focus areas would provide a summary report identifying trends and opportunities to council committee of the whole 3 times per year. Administration would present those reports using our standard municipal RFD process for council's information. That would give council an opportunity to hear from the community about things that are important, and council at that time could choose whether or not you wish to act on any of those things that are important, or to request administration do any further work on any of those items that are those trends or opportunities that are identified. This has been a really challenging area in the past because it had not been clear before about whose responsibility it was to raise something that came up in community conversations. Was it administration's responsibility to take an opportunity forward to council and then have it appear as though it was administration advocating for that issue? Was it the responsibility of a member of community conversations to come forward to council as an individual or on behalf of everybody else on community conversations? Or was it up to the council member to come to council and say, I heard this at community conversations and we should act on this, which could appear that it was an individual council member advocating for an item. This approach would ensure that on a regular basis, council would hear the themes that are coming up in community conversations, and then council as a whole could decide whether or not there was something you wish to action to administration. So we believe that that would reduce some of the ambiguity that was there. There is another direction of information flow, which would be from council to community conversations. This would be in areas where council may wish to refer a matter to community conversations for some specific feedback. An example might be like today, where we had a presentation from some individuals or a group within the community with respect to arts and culture. In that sort of example, council could, by motion, refer the presentation to the community conversation on arts and culture for an opinion. So that would, and administration would bring that opinion back to council after community conversations had a chance to talk about it. So again, just providing some more definitions. Some of these things I think make common sense, are very common sense approaches, but had never been defined before and left some uncertainty for everybody that was participating in the system. And then finally, there are the responsibilities and really in this policy, the responsibilities of the CAO to designate the administrative resources within budgets approved by council to support community conversations. And then obviously to approve any administrative procedures related to the policy. Council, of course, retains its responsibilities around budget, ensuring that council members are appointed to participate on the community conversations, to review and approve applications for residents who wish to participate, to receive information from and recommendations from community conversations in the format that's established above, and to establish by policy the areas of focus for community conversations. And I just want to turn back to that again. The areas of focus that are identified here are really administration hearing what council had been discussing and looking at our existing structures and trying to map those onto this new approach. If today council said, no, there is a need for a community conversation on a different thematic area, then you could amend this policy to include that thematic area. And the strength of this is that if down the road, some future council decides that a different focus area needs to be the subject of ongoing community conversations, then council by policy could change the way that this functions and those conversations. So, and I will pick one that may not work exactly in Jasper context, but homelessness, for example, housing and homelessness. Maybe a future council decides that there is a need for a community conversation ongoing on housing and homelessness. Council could initiate that by amending this policy to include that area. Or if council said, well, environmental responsibility is handled in many other ways and we don't need to have a community conversation on that, council could amend our approach by removing that focus area from the policy. Council, I hope that gives you an overview. We appreciate that this is your first look at this proposed policy. And so we expect that there will be feedback and discussion. We're happy to hear that today and take any direction from council. If you wish to direct it, so under alternatives, we noted you may wish to direct administration to make changes to the policy and then bring the revised policy back to a future committee of the whole. Or you may choose to not approve the policy and just maintain our current approach, which does not define the community conversations as they currently exist, and would continue with the other pieces that are inherent in our system, like the Culture and Recreation Board and the Environmental Responsibility Committee that had been stood down after that position was eliminated. Council and Deputy Mayor Journeau, I'll break there and turn it over to council for discussion and debate.
Thank you. You had said that you were going to speak on the second recommendation, so that's in the next part of the conversation. Thank you. So now we're discussion questions from councillors and Your Lordship, Mr. Mayor. On the committee recommend council approve the community conversations policy as presented. I guess you did a good job, Mr. Given, because there's no question. Oh, there they go. There they go. Councillor DeMola and Councillor Butler.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to defer to Councillor Butler first. He had his hand up before I thought to speak. So I'll defer to him first, and then if I can speak after, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Butler.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeMola. It wasn't very important whether I follow you or not. I just wanted to just at the beginning weigh in and just say I'm really excited by this, and I congratulate administration and everyone who worked on this for a good presentation. I'm excited by the potential that this represents to change the way that community members are invited to engage with council and to proffer their views and opinions. I think it could be a real positive change for the community. I believe that there is a sense within the community that we as council and as administration could do better in terms of providing opportunities for people to share thoughts, views, questions, and I'm just overall really excited by this. I have some questions about the specifics within the policy, which we'll get into, but just congratulations. I'm overall really happy with what I'm seeing here.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor DeMola.
Yeah, I'm also really excited too. And on the onset of these discussions, and I think this goes back to 3 years ago, when Councillor McGrath and I were really trying to get this environmental stewardship, or sorry, the environmental responsibility committee going. You know, I think I might be a little bit more of a traditionalist in the sense that I think that I was looking more, instead of having a community conversations policy, was to have the committees operate more like a community conversation with themselves, as opposed to now committees almost seemingly being under that umbrella. Because I think that there's something to be taken from, you know, having community members that sign up and want to be appointed to certain committees, because there's more of a passion there, and having an agenda-based discussion to provide as an advocate group to council and having the recommendations funneled that way. I think structurally that makes more sense to me. I'm still having difficulties wrapping my head around kind of having a little bit less of a structured approach when it comes to specific committees. So, you know, I think there's still some work to be done there when it comes to merging both ideas, because I think still within myself, having some sort of hybrid of the two could be a little bit more realized than having some physical structure to current committees. I see myself that we've had a loss in disbanding committees. You know, I think that, you know, we talked about the traffic advisory committee a while back, and it was agreed that, you know, that it might be not that significant as a committee and as far as the community goes, and I beg to differ still, and I think that we've lost a few opportunities there, and I'd hate to see that happen with culture and rec, and maybe an opportunity for the environmental responsibility. So from experience, I think that we might be going in a difficult direction if we don't have some physical structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Journeau, and thank you very much to administration and all who put their energy into work on this. This policy is very, very well done, and this policy excites me as the councillor that's been assigned to the community conversation since I was elected. It's been a pleasure to serve on the community conversations as the appointed council member, but the role has been confusing at times. And I really appreciate, especially the areas that defined roles, as the counselors' roles, and the information flow and the way that information flow would work. The fact that unbiased reports would be given to council, and the way that this is all laid out is extremely well done. To Councillor Demota's point on a hybrid being perhaps preferable over what's being presented today, this actually would be a hybrid, because as it stands, community conversations doesn't fall under policy. And this would be finalizing the process, which does make it more of a hybrid approach for community conversations that already exist and that would more envelop the arts and culture realm, recreation, and environmental responsibility. I see environmental responsibility, recreation, and arts and culture as very well suited to be included in this community conversation format. And this umbrella is already functioning, and it's already known to the municipality of Jasper. The life stage approach that we currently use for community conversations has been mimicked by many communities in Alberta and in Canada, and has been known as best practice. And what Mrs. Waxer created as this vision has been definitely sought out by many other communities. I'm super supportive of this policy as it stands and the way that it's presented, and I can't wait to think of the possibilities that will come from an opportunity like this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Further comments? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Journeau. Not to detract at all from the positive comments about this. I really do appreciate the work of staff to get us to this point. But I need some time to reflect further, and it's just in the policy statement itself. And so there is a desire to give clarity to all those who might engage in this new process. And the opening statement, which I support, speaks to changing community needs, and that is critical. But the next paragraph then replaces needs with the words trends. And I struggle with what clarity that might add to anyone joining the conversation. Are those, I mean, trends are trends. They might be meaningful, but they might not be. And so I'm just puzzled by the change of tone from changing community needs to exploring trends impacting the community. And so I have tried to substitute other wording, and maybe it would be to identify and explore existing and emerging community needs, or something more similar to the first statement. Because if it is with respect to trends, then my fear is that it might be somewhat reactive rather than proactive. And so I just need some time to think about what we are really trying to get people in the community to focus on. And is it trends or is it community needs? And is there a difference in the wording? And then secondly, with respect, I think, to Councillor Demota's point, I'm not sure that I see in this formulation an opportunity for council to perhaps direct some work to a community conversation. So, for example, when the banning of plastic bags was a topical matter in the community, we were able to ask a committee to take a hard look at that and come back. Does this format provide an opportunity for council to direct a conversation to be held with respect to a particular issue? And that might be something of the hybrid model that Councillor Demota was referencing. Apart from that, I really do appreciate the work, and I like the direction in which we're going. But those little words might matter sometime. So I put those out there for consideration.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Mr. Given has a response. Thank you.
Well, yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Janot. Mayor Ireland, appreciate the catching the sort of needs versus trends. I think if the policy speaks first to needs, it would make sense for it to be consistent. I think that that's simply a typographical change that we can make if council felt that that was appropriate to be consistent there. And I would suggest that it is needs because the intent of a policy like this should be for ongoing issues rather than hot topic of the day issues. Council likely wouldn't be revising its policy every couple months. Likely it would be something that you may do every 4 years, which would be more appropriate. And so I'd suggest that is more likely to be needs. And if council wanted to amend the policy, you know, to change in the second paragraph there under policy statement, change the word trends to needs, that would be consistent. I don't know if that would address the concern of His Worship. But the other item in terms of information flow, there is a section in the second page of the policy that actually specifically describes council's ability via motion approved by a majority of council members at a regular council or council committee of the whole, council's ability to refer matters to a community conversation for feedback and community input. So we had heard that that was a desire of council, and we incorporated it there. I think it's up to council to decide if that provides enough definition to that process, but we did want to ensure that it was something that was actually council direction rather than a individual council idea, which I think would be important if you're tasking a community group to look at an issue. It needs to be an issue that is endorsed formally via a majority of council members. And so that's why administration wrote it up that way, but that ability to refer a matter is built into the policy.
Thank you. I see no hands. Okay, Councillor Butler, go ahead.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Mr. Given, for clarifying that, because I was also wondering and would like to hear from Mayor Ireland whether that statement titled Council to Community Conversations, in your view, is not adequate, or should we be looking at something more? Because or what? But that's remains to be seen. I have a couple of thoughts. First of all, I also would like to see a little more time here. I think that I have some thoughts on changes that we might look at, but also would also appreciate just a little more time to look at some of this. I struggle with the use of the word trends because I also kind of find it a little bit vague. So I wonder, are we talking about identifying needs within the organization? I don't object to identifying trends, but there's a little difference there maybe. And I wonder where we talk about the reporting, if we are talking about the concept that these groups would make recommendations or not. I see the word is used. So would these groups in some way provide sort of functioning as advisory groups that would provide advice or recommendations to council? And I find that to be sort of not really addressed, and something that we might want to consider whether that is part of what we're looking at. I'll make a couple of points around what is included in the policy. That is format and scheduling of reporting. So formatting and scheduling of the meetings and reporting. I wonder if that should in fact be in the policy, or if that's really more in the line of administrative procedures. Do we need, and should we in the policy say how long, how frequently, what months, or not? Because those specifics may vary according to the needs of the organizations, according to topicality of issues that may arise in the community. So I just wondered if those two areas really belong within the policy itself, because it makes it harder to vary them. I'm jumping down to the bottom. One of council's responsibilities, third from the bottom bullet, review and approve applications to participate in community conversations. I'm thinking, really? I don't know, given that we're talking about a fairly open process that anyone is invited to apply to, and that the process will be administered by administration. Should administration feel the need to bring each and every application to council? I'm not sure, but I wonder, I think it's a question worth asking because it might be cumbersome. And my observation of the way community conversations have worked thus far with Ms. Riddell managing it so ably is that I, as councillor, would have never found myself to question participation, and nor would I necessarily expect that participants be sort of vetted by council. So that's something I would suggest we consider. I would address, I'm jumping up now to, somebody's keeping notes, to the membership section. It reads, additionally, a professional representing an agency or organization that serves the community. I don't think we should say additionally. That person is also a resident of Jasper. It's not additional, but it is worth saying maybe that a representative of an agency or organization that serves the community of Jasper is welcome to participate. And I would say representing their organization. I think it's important to make the point that organizations can join through a representative, can have input through through a representative. And I know that's what's meant there, but I wonder why we're bothering to say a professional. I think that is about all I had as to the policy itself, except for one thing. I mentioned it last time and I'm hesitant because I don't wish to sound critical, but we're taking communication, or sorry, community conversations, if we do this, well beyond the purview of their initial inception. And I still struggle a little bit, frankly, with the name. I'd like to suggest we could tighten that up. I think we're talking about something more along the lines of community forums, forum, that's the Latin, rather than community conversation. I find the word to be a little vague, the title to be vague. Just my thought on that, not something I feel really strongly about. So thanks again, Ms. Riddell, and everyone for your work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Your comments on frequency and purpose, reflect my thoughts as well, is that this represents a real growth in community conversation. Not that that's bad, but I can't see the need to have a monthly conversation on environmental responsibility, because you're just going to have a conversation, and the purpose of the policy should be to identify needs. So I don't think the frequency of meetings has to be monthly to meet those needs. Thank you for that. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Gibbon.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Journeau. Well, and I'm going to hone in to something that you just said and how it relates to what Councillor Butler said about whether the format and frequency of meetings and reporting structure should be in the administrative procedure, which is approved by the CAO, or it should be in council's policy. And my view would be that it should be in council's policy for two reasons. A, it determines service levels, and it should be up to council to determine the level of service that you wish to provide, and you do that through policy. And B, the level of service that you choose to determine through policy influences resource requirements. So, and those are council decisions. If council, councilors, this, and I'm not taking a stand about how frequently they should meet. This is an administrative proposal, but I will make the case to say, if you left it to administration to determine how often this met through procedure, I could decide on my own that it should be once a year for 15 minutes. You didn't tell me otherwise, and that is actually the most expedient for administration and the cheapest cost, and so that's what I'm going to do. You can imagine that I wouldn't do that, but it sort of makes the point that when council adopts a policy, you're saying this is the level of service that we want to direct the organization to deliver. And so that's why we have it included here in the policy. If council, exactly to the point you brought up, Councillor Journeau, if there was a focus area that you felt needed a different level of service, more frequent meetings or less frequent meetings, you would determine that here. And I can imagine that there would be some hearty discussion and debate among council members, as there should be on matters of policy and service level. But that's Councillor Butler, that's why I would suggest that these sections actually are really appropriate in the council policy, because this is really primary discussions about what matters and what level of service does council want the organization to deliver. So I just would do that. And then with respect to the membership, I will give you how administration intended that part around professionals to land. The first sentence there under membership is that all residents of Jasper are welcome to participate in community conversations. If you live in Jasper, you're welcome to come. My interpretation, and I think how administration is interpreting the second sentence means, and I'll put this in brackets, non-residents of Jasper may attend if they are a professional representing an agency or organization that serves the community of Jasper. So I think the difference there is if you're a resident, of course you can attend. If you're a non-resident who is a part of an agency or organization that is serving Jasper, you may attend. And council may or may not want to allow for that, but I believe that that's what administration, that's the distinction between the first sentence and the second sentence, was non-residents participate, but they're allowed to participate because they're serving Jasper through their agency or organization.
Councillor Demora.
Thank you. And you know what, I was a bit excited to get to my notes just because I had my thoughts wrapped around them. So I didn't want to forego thanking administration for bringing this forward. I am excited about enhancing public engagement. And you know, and that's something that I've been kind of striving for is our overall engagement, enhancement, and overall communication. I don't know if this is going to address exactly the communication I was thinking of, but at the same time, you know, the number of things that we talked to on the prior item there, as far as, you know, relevancy and you know, the meeting times and the frequency of them, I think sometimes could be better dealt with having a membership group that would have a better understanding of what the issues were and what to deal with and present to council. So I still think that there's some strength in having a core group within each sphere of topics. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments on the first part of the recommendation? Because then we can move on to the second recommendation that Mr. Given was going to speak about. Is there anybody else want to make some comments? Or go ahead, Mr. Given.
Deputy Mayor, I was just going to say that I see two council members with their hands up that wanted to speak on this.
Oh, I see some hands that, are they clear like this? No, they're like this. Councillor Butler and then Councillor McGrath.
Thanks very much. Isn't Zoom great? So I just want to go back to the membership clause, and now I understand what is meant by that second sentence, and indeed that is exactly what it says, and so I am happy with that. But then I'll raise this question. So is and would, for example, a member of another organization, like let's say a member, I'll pick, of the Chamber of Commerce, or an executive from the Chamber of Commerce, or a paid employee of the Chamber of Commerce, would we foresee that person sitting as a representative of that organization, or no, would we see them that really what we want is individual views and opinions of residents as residents? And I don't think I'm picking on a inconsequential issue. I think there is maybe something to think about there. Does this process facilitate the participation of other organizations who would bring a view of that organization, because it's a little different than, you know, just me coming as Paul Butler and saying, here's my view as a resident, than me coming as a chamber member and saying, well, here's what the chamber thinks about this. Do we care? Is it something we should consider? I don't have an answer. But I thought that's maybe what we were meaning to talk about in that second sentence.
Deputy Mayor Journeau, if I may, to Councillor Butler's point there, I would just suggest that we tried to walk a fine line by acknowledging somebody may attend these and have an opinion on behalf of the chamber, but that is not, that type of participation does not preclude, and again, I'll use the chamber because they're easy to define and we're all familiar with them, that does not preclude the chamber from showing up at a council meeting with a formal position on a topic. And it may be contrary to what is coming to council through community conversations. That would be okay. Administration wanted to make sure that you could attend community conversations and represent yourself as an individual. You could represent yourself as speaking to the position of an organization. And in either case, you would still retain the right as a citizen to attend council and speak to your view as a citizen, or to speak to the view of your organization, but that you may not attend council and suggest that you're speaking on behalf of community conversations. So there it is, and it is a bit of a challenging topic, but we try to thread the needle, if you will, just to really, the exclusion is to say, you can't show up as Bill Given and say, well, I'm speaking on behalf of community conversations, because that's what they all said. Well, no, that is a consensus-based model that comes through the report from administration, so that we can do our best to ensure that we're dispassionately reflecting the views of everybody that attended. And we don't want to have a situation where somebody is misrepresenting themselves as speaking on behalf of community conversations. But certainly organizations would be welcome to attend and speak on behalf of an organization at community conversations.
Go ahead, Councillor Butler.
Good. I see exactly the points being raised, and in that context, I think it's probably best to leave it as it is, and that being sort of silent on that specific is the best way. And I understand that that is something that was thought about in context of what we've been offered. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Journeau, and thanks to administration for explaining that under the roles section of what the role of participants in the community conversation model would be, as it is both residents and representatives of organizations that are both around the table expressing opinions, expressing what they're seeing in our community. One piece of information that I was struggling with was the bullet point of review and approve applications to participate in community conversations under the council responsibilities. I'm thinking of specifically what our level of knowledge is as elected representatives of the community, and the workers in said area. So let's say the current community conversations for adults has a representative of Yellowhead Women's Shelter for abused women and families. And me as a counselor, prior to being a counselor, I was an outreach worker. So I understand the West Yellowhead Shelter for women, but it wouldn't be expected for a counselor to understand what shelters are in the region and why it's important for that shelter to be around the table. So I think there's some administrative knowledge within the organization that council wouldn't necessarily have, and that it could be a little more fitting for that to be an administrative decision on who the applications are being received by versus a council perspective, or we might just not be as aware of the organization's purpose and value around the table.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Mayor Ireland had his hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Journeau. There are gremlins at work, at least in my devices today, so I apologize. I had notes on my tablet, all of which have disappeared. So I apologize for not being as well prepared as I had hoped. I just want to turn to the very top of, I think it's the second page of the policy. It's the concluding bit about roles. And the last sentence reads participants may determine by a consensus. I wonder whether that might be more appropriate in the procedures rather than in the policy. And I have some difficulty understanding what clarity there might be for participants. Firstly, who decides whether or not there has been consensus? For the first phrase, perhaps not so difficult. I mean, the report could include that they all agreed by consensus that this item should be included, but they don't agree on the outcome. I think it's fair to say that at community conversations there is likely to be discussion about complex issues with differing opinions, and consensus, at least with respect to results, is not to be anticipated. So I don't know the extent to which that word then inhibits the work of the community conversations. So I just throw that out as a question. If we're going to use consensus as a determining model, perhaps that gives veto to somebody. And that is obviously not the intent. But I just invite some further consideration of both that process and whether that is something better approached in the procedures than in the policy. And in particular, for the second part of that phrase, if there is a task assigned by council, then the response should not necessarily be subject to consensus, because there may be no consensus and therefore no response to the very thing that the group was charged to do by council. So I just invite further reflection on how the group dynamics are expected to unfold. And I will agree that in most cases, consensus is desirable and useful and can be achieved, but not always. And that's fair enough. That's the nature of political engagement. Not everybody will agree all the time.
Mr. Given, did you have any feedback on?
Well,
policy
yeah,
procedure?
I appreciate the suggestion. So I'm hearing two things that could be removed from the policy to procedure. First, this bit about how participants will determine what they want to have included in a report or what they would respond to council. Fair enough. That, again, that's not really a service level discussion. If council wanted to define that here, you certainly could. But if they are more comfortable with that in procedure, certainly could be in the related administrative procedure that would have to be developed if council adopts this policy. And then I also heard second that the idea of reviewing and approving applications to participate could lie in an administrative procedure. And I would agree that that could also go there just as easily if council wanted to delegate that authority to administration. I mean, we did have this conversation as administration of how practical is it that council would be reviewing all applications. So we have 7 different community conversations, and I think the intent is to have some ability for people to come and go over time. And so is council, is it a part of regular council work to review new applications that come up? I could see that being burdensome, and I would be comfortable that administration could establish an approach to doing that in procedure outside of the council policy if you wish to remove that section.
Thank you. Councillor Demota.
Yeah, I don't want to come across as flogging a certain type of horse here, but when I hear certain little inefficiencies or potentials for inefficiencies come up, again, it's just a basis of an argument to have some sort of membership group to vet those types of things, and maybe work as if committees may allow or council might want to consider having them as a working group for council. I don't know what the particular terms would be, but it seems to me like there are some gaps here that need to be addressed in certain areas, and I don't know how those would come about in a looser structure. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around this, and I'm not sure if I really want to motion or, decide on anything today on some progress. It does need a little bit more thought, but I believe that, something of working groups in a membership group could be ideal here. And I just need a little bit more time to think exactly what that could encompass. Thank you.
Councillor Kelleher MP.
I really like the idea of community conversations. I just want to clarify something. So if we're going to approve the representatives on the committee, I've gone a couple of times and sometimes there's a different representative from a different organization that's available that day. Would that then prohibit that?
Councillor Keller MP, yes, I think that that's an example of a challenge of council approving all applications and why it might be better left in administrative procedure.
Thank you.
If I
Sorry,
could relive
Councillor Demota and Councillor Butler.
Well, I think just from experience, I think a little bit of my fear might be in the areas of what council's available to take on as tasks. And, I just think of even looking at attacking our strat plan, even though we've done a lot better recently, there's a bulk of the stuff at the beginning that we were having issues in tackling. And I think the stuff that's in front of us now is kind of a fragment of the overall scope of what we wanted to accomplish on this term. And I'm not gonna keep putting everything onto COVID. However, there are arising issues that come up on a regular basis, and I think that this would be putting more work. Not that I'm not scared of work. I'm just saying that there are lots of stuff that council has to do on a day-to-day basis, and I think that this could provide more microscopic issues that keep us from dealing with big picture items. And again, an argument for having some type of working group. Thank you.
Councillor Butler.
Thanks very much. 2 points. The first is to the question of what consensus might mean that Mayor Ireland referred to earlier. That's exactly the point on where I'm struggling a little bit, and I think that we might want to see a little more definition, and the reason I think that I'd like a little more time on this. So I think that we maybe can be a little clearer on what we mean by that so that we don't get caught by some of the downfalls that consensus-based decision that are inherent to consensus-based decision making. There are models out there. We could even look at choosing a model for I can't even say it today, consensus-based decision making that we would adopt that would help to provide the facilitators with some guidance. What's great about consensus-based decision making is also what can cause it to be a downfall. And I would hate to see a scenario where, for example, because we are anticipating a fairly open process and open group, where an individual could essentially, as has been suggested, break consensus, thereby preventing an idea from advancing to council. And that is certainly not what anyone wants to see. On the other hand, a more traditional democratic vote-based system is less applicable when you have open membership and people come and go a little bit. So it is really how to define that line. I myself am not worried about the lack of the presence of a formal designated working group. I think that's the downfall of committee structure, is that it is by nature limited to certain people who happen to sort of put their hand up and get designated, and we say, well, there will be 4 members or there will be 6 members, and those members have sort of an inroad to communicate and proffer advice to council, where other residents then don't. And what I think the beauty of this system is that really anyone who is interested and willing to commit, there has to be a commitment, but I think that's inherent in the process that is offered to us. They are welcome. and their views will be heard. It doesn't mean, of course, that council has to adopt, describe, act on any of them. Essentially, I think that every report that comes to council would be in the, at most, in the nature of a request for consideration. It would be at most a recommendation that council consider the topic or question that is being brought forward, and not really anything more. So I see no inherent danger in a fairly open process, as long as it's well administered and that members are held to some level of commitment. And that is what I've seen working so far in community conversations very well. So I myself am not threatened by the openness of the process. Sorry for speaking, going on at such length.
Not a problem.
I am really enthusiastic about the potential here.
That's great. So the discussion seems to be moving away from what has been presented to us here today. So does it need more work, or are we ready to proceed? Mr. Given, you do have a comment in response to Councilor Butler. Go ahead.
Yes, well, just to, I guess there's one thing that is implicit in the policy that I'm hearing some concern about, that I thought was implicit in the policy, and maybe we need to make it explicit. Community, the way that this is, not that kind of explicit, clear. The community conversation, there's nothing here that suggests that community conversations are decision-making bodies. And so and I appreciate that we talk about consensus decision-making. The suggestion here is that there would be a consensus about what items to include in a report. And that consensus may be a consensus that there was no agreement, or a consensus that there was a dissenting opinion. The majority of members felt this, but some members felt that. And so while Ms. Riddell is the expert in this, my sense is that is exactly the nature of conversation at community conversations. And so the consensus that administration was imagining, and again, it is not made explicit here, but is not consensus decision-making, but at least an agreement on what to report back to council, which may include reporting of minority views, or reporting of lack of consensus. And so I appreciate exactly what council is saying, but I wonder if it's maybe because some of us were thinking of these as decision-making bodies, which council committees certainly are, task force certainly are bodies that are struck to make decisions, where community conversations are, I think, through the policy, intended to facilitate dialogue and information flow. And in that context, the consensus to be established is just consensus about what happened. And so hopefully everybody could agree about what happened at the meeting, even if it was, hey, we all had very different opinions. We agree on that. So that's how administration was interpreting the consensus portion of the responsibility of participants. And we didn't see it as consensus decision-making. And if council felt that needed to be more explicitly clear in the policy, that they're not intended to be decision-making bodies, we could find a way to incorporate that.
Thank you. Where are we at? One of the things that I might is based on the discussions that we've had here. I may present an opportunity for Ms. Riddell to provide some feedback based on what she's heard, if she's willing, not necessarily so, because she's the one that manages them, probably the one that's going to be preparing the report, unbiased, as we are told. However, when there's divisions, is there any comments you might have there, Ms. Riddell?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Journeau. So far within the report, it does sort of outline like how information would come to council, and appreciate Mr. Given's addition of clarity there on just the reporting of how the conversation went and how the group felt, not necessarily reflecting that they all felt the same. I think what we try to do as administration with this report is sort of synthesize what's working now, and also think about the desire for a bit of a hybrid, as several councillors have spoken to, and what kinds of things would help to formalize and streamline the process. But in terms of just the flow of information to council. I think what we've presented would work pretty well with a regular report, and reflecting just on what the group has talked about would make sense. I'm not going to pretend it's possible to be completely unbiased, but I think at the moment we try to just really focus on the different perspectives, what was shared, viewpoints, and we continue to strive towards as unbiased a report as possible, of course.
Thank you. At this time, I think I'd like to maybe move ahead to the second part of the recommendation. Mr. Given, would you like to speak on that?
Sure, only very briefly, Deputy Mayor Jeannot. Really, this is a reflection that if council chooses to approve the policy, our recommendation is that we should come back to you in the fall with a recommendation on how much additional resources would be required to meet the increased number of meetings and the administrative support that's required for that. And so that's all that second part is. If council said, just chose to approve the policy as is without doing the second motion, then we would try to implement this within existing budgets. And we're not quite sure how that would work out, but we would try our best. Our suggestion here is you could adopt the policy and we would come to you in the fall with some specific advice on, okay, you've given us this policy direction, and we think that we need this extra amount of dollars to support that policy direction. And it's not just staffing. Ms. Riddell also identified that council may wish to include some amount of money in the budget for the community conversations participants to work on some limited matters that come up in the course of the conversation, the dialogue. An example, I think, Lisa, that you shared with me was the need to recognize seniors. And so administration undertook some efforts this year to print up some posters and do a little bit of work to respond to that issue that was rising in the community. Again, really within the administration wheelhouse, certainly wasn't something that needed council direction on, but did actually cost some money to do that and some administrative time. And council might wish to dedicate a small amount of funds available for those kind of matters that would come up. That's the point of the second part, is to say we could come back to you in the fall with some recommendation on staff resources that would be required for this and any additional administrative funds that might be required. Again, if council chose to just approve the policy as amended or as is, we would do our best to implement it over the next number of months.
Thank you for that. Okay, at this time, I'd like to invite a motion so we can move further. Councillor Butler.
I'd like to move that we direct administration to incorporate suggestions made today and bring this back at a future committee of the whole for further consideration.
Thank you for that. Any discussion? Councillor Demora.
Well, I was just, I wanted to ask, thank you, sir, through you to Mr. Given, if he understands what Councillor Butler is motioning there, and if we're okay with going for that, because I'll support that as well. And I believe Councillor McGrath had her hand up too. I don't think you saw that.
Deputy Mayor,
I'll go to Mr. Given first.
Yeah, just to, so the things, so that's a good question. Thanks, Councillor Demota. Here's what administration, or at least what I heard council say. We should consider moving the review and approve applications to an administrative procedure. So removing that from the policy. I heard in the second paragraph of the policy statement, changing trends to needs to maintain consistency there and have that long-term view. And then we did have the discussion around consensus, sort of in terms of the responsibilities, the roles of participants. And that might be the only area where I'm a bit unclear. The other two, I'm confident, remove those, make the change. Is council satisfied with sort of the discussion we had around consensus? And if you were, then I don't see a need to remove this. I just wanted, that would be the only other thing that I heard a discussion about, maybe moving it into procedure. But those two changes, remove the appointments and review of applications to administrative procedure, and change trends to needs. Those are the two revisions I think I heard council direct us to make.
Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Journo. I was simply going to offer pretty much the same move that Councillor Butler made, and I think it reflects the conversations that we had today to revise policy and return to a future committee.
Thank you. Councillor Butler, I'm going to ask that you kind of repeat your motion, because the way I've heard it is like we're tabling this for a complete review. That I know that's not what you meant, but can you just kind of repeat your motion, please?
Well, I'm certainly not suggesting we table it.
Thank you.
Just to the short list of specifics that Mr. Given suggested, did you capture, I'm sorry if I missed it, did you capture that second bullet under council responsibilities, when members should be appointed by council? So that was one of the things that.
Sorry, the second bullet, ensure that a councillor is appointed to participate?
No, that ensure that oh, sorry, it was the third bullet. I apologize.
Yep. Review
and approve. Yeah, did you catch that, to consider that? Yeah, okay. So my motion was simply to request that direct administration to incorporate changes as suggested today and bring this back at a future committee of the whole for further consideration.
Thank you. All clear on the motion? Any discussion prior? Call for the question. All in favor? And everyone is supporting. Councillor Kelleher MP is absent for the moment. So the 5 that are here all support that. So thank you very much for that. Can we, it is 12:33 and we have, looks like a lot of time needed for the rest of the meeting. Can I have some feedback from members of the council? Do we prefer to keep going and try and get done and take your lunch at your will after, or do we want to take a short break for a lunch? Mr. Given, you're in charge of administration. How does that work for you?
We're happy to work with however council wish to go. I know that I always appreciate working with a council that isn't hangry. So unless you've been snacking on your way through, maybe it would be a suggestion to take a bit of a break. I don't know how long council would need, and I'd leave that to you.
Councilor Demora.
I think it would be healthy, a good brain break and some energy boosting to maybe take 15, 20 minutes, 20 minutes would be my request.
So 12:34 brings us back to say 12:55, 20 minutes. Okay, so we will break until 12:55, 21 minutes. Thank you. Molly.
Thank you, I'm back.
That was cute, Molly doing the video bomb there. It was good. Did she do your hair too, Councillor McGrath? Is that the Molly do?
No, I'm trying to train her to be able to do this, though. We're working on it.
Sorry about everybody, I lost connection.
Couple more minutes here before we reconvene.
Deputy Mayor, I am here, but I have not yet had a chance to eat anything. So I'm going to turn off my camera, but I will be listening and available.
We wouldn't want the mayor to be an angry counselor,
No.
hungry and angry.
I'm also here, but we'll have my camera off for a couple of minutes.
Thank
I
you.
like it better when the mayor's angry.
I am also going to have my camera off for a minute.
Yeah. There, Mr. Givens joined us. He's still chewing on his food. I appreciate the 20 minutes. I don't know. I just like to get done. I assumed everybody's at home. They could reach to the fridge and grab a sandwich. I was lucky. I'm at my mom's place, and we have a couple siblings and getting ready for my sister's funeral here on Friday. So lunch was ready for me. And it was good. So thank you. We are now moving to item 8.3. Mr. Given, are you paid parking pilot project update? Give you a chance to swallow your food and move on.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Journeau, administration will be on camera while council members can still finish up the remains of their lunch if they need to be. But it is a relatively brief report. In your package, you have a summary of the project since we officially started on July 21st. There was a bit of a delay in startup for a couple of different items. A major one was the delivery of signs from our vendor hotspot. There were some challenges with shipping, and that delayed the startup from when we projected. But in any case, the project has started up, and council, through motion, had requested a formal update, and so we're here today. We wanted to highlight some of the work that was done pre-launch by administration in terms of engaging residents. We'd had a very successful pre-launch online survey that was completed by over 500 respondents. We also struck the stakeholders committee that was a part of the engagement plan, and that committee continues to meet monthly throughout the summer months to collect feedback and to provide guidance to administration. And in the attached report, you can see how the guidance from the community, both through the survey and through the stakeholder committee, have really informed how administration has rolled out the pilot project. We have a table there that identifies what the initial provision was when we started, or as we were developing the pilot project, based on council direction, and then how we've refined that based on community input. And so maybe I'll just, and again, maybe this is buying time for council members to finish a little bit more of their lunch, but I'll go through some of those provisions and how the public input has influenced the shape of the pilot project. When we started off, because council had given a direction to try to manage the impact of spillover traffic into residential neighborhoods, we were obviously paying attention to that. And we created what we thought of as residential zones within a 1 block radius of the paid parking area. There was no direction given on how long those residential zones should be in effect and how much we should enforce them. And we did find it very challenging to plan how we would do regular enforcement on a 24-hour basis. And residents in those areas identified concerns about visitors that might come, an out-of-town visitor that may come to visit them at their residence and need to park on street. And so an adjustment we made was to have the residential zones, which are intended for residential on-street parking only, to only be in effect from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. That reduced our need to monitor those areas outside of hours, and also simplified it for residents who were concerned about the ability of visitors, friends and family, to come and visit them at their residence. At the start, we created this residential permit system again to manage residential non-resident parking in residential areas. And at the start, we looked for common items of identification that would be used to identify you as a resident of that specific address. And we use things like utility bills or licenses or car registration. And we found that there were some people that didn't have any of those that were actually qualified residents that were living in the area. And so we expanded it to use to allow all Jasper residents across the municipality to get a resident pass, although its benefit really is only to mark them as a resident in those residential areas. And we also expanded the types of, I want to say certification, the types of supporting documentation we would use or accept to allow people to be noted as residents. And we included the Jasper National Park Pass, resident pass as proof of residency. There was, at the start, there was no provision for guest passes. So we heard from residents and through the stakeholder committee that there was a concern about somebody who lived in the residential zone, how they would have friends or family come and visit them during the day, where we would ask non-residents not to park in those areas. And so with the support of our vendor Hotspot, we were able to create 2 complimentary guest passes for each household in the residential zone, which those households can assign to their visitors through the Hotspot app or through the website, to allow non-resident visitors come to visit residents in the residential zones. And that was a change from when we launched the program. Also, when we launched the program, and unique to Jasper, we didn't have a provision for PHA guests. At least the initial understanding was that all PHAs should have on-site parking as a part of their permit. And I'll discuss how that's not necessarily true in all cases, but there was some concern from PHAs in the residential area that they should also be able to use their guest passes for their PHA visitors. And administration made the call to say, yes, that's fine, really out of simplicity, because for us to distinguish who is a visitor to a residential home in the residential area versus who is a PHA guest to a residential home in a residential area would be a challenge, certainly at this stage. So for ease of implementation, we said, if you are a PHA in the residential area, you may use your 2 complimentary passes for your guests. You may assign them to your guests, but that would maybe mean you wouldn't have one for your brother or your sister or your mother if they were visiting. We did hear from some PHA operators that there are a very limited number of PHAs that were approved without parking on site. And in those cases, we did provide those PHAs that were grandfathered complimentary passes for their guests as well. Again, that's a very small number, but there are some that were approved without on-site parking. There was a concern in the community about there not being a provision for seniors who may not have a smartphone. And administration implemented a system of a residential seniors pass that is available here at the administrative offices. It is for seniors 65 plus who do not have smartphones. And this has reduced, I think, the anxiety for some seniors who were concerned about their, if they were not technologically savvy or that they didn't have a smartphone, that they wouldn't be sort of operating outside the bounds of the system. So we created a way for them to participate. There was a concern around no provision for visitors who might come to the community that not have a smartphone. And so administration implemented both day and half-day permits that are available for purchase from the administrative offices. $16 for a full day and $10 for a half day after 1 p.m. These permits can be used anywhere in the paid parking area. And so that does provide that option for visitors who might come to the community without a smartphone. And then finally, there was a concern that was raised about provision for businesses that may have to do loading and unloading or delivery services that may have to come into the paid parking area. Mr. Jones and the enforcement team said that they already are quite familiar with delivery businesses and are used to managing traffic concerns around them. But we clarified with them that we are happy to provide 15 minutes of complimentary parking for when they're actively delivering or picking up or dropping off guests in the paid parking zone. And that seemed to satisfy that concern from those businesses. And again, that really is just how administration is approaching enforcement. It certainly is not with a heavy hand. We are willing to work with residents, with visitors, and with businesses to ensure a smooth implementation. So that table covers some of the adjustments that administration has made based on community feedback through the startup. And then attached, you'll see some of the materials, including the map that we produced, as well as the signs, which I'm sure you've all seen around town. And then also the warning handout, as I mentioned, in terms of enforcement, our bylaw team is first going through and providing a fairly long period of warnings, which gives a nice notice that says, hey, this is a paid parking zone, you are expected to pay. And then on the flip side of that card shows how they can use the system. And so hopefully it's a helpful information piece for anybody that was in the paid parking zone and hadn't had a chance to pay yet. There is one other area that I think council would likely be interested in, and that is the early results. And I'll put that up for you now. And I hope that that's legible at the size on your screen. So for the period of July 21st to July 25th, which is 4 days from the first day, and just as we're getting started up, we've seen just under 1,100 people pay by tap, and 9 people pay at the administrative offices. We've issued 87 senior passes. Those are the senior passes that I mentioned are for seniors without access to a smartphone who couldn't otherwise participate. And we've signed up 166 people for resident passes. In terms of enforcement, the team has provided 290 warnings in those 4 days and only 4 tickets. And to be clear, the tickets were only issued after a license plate had previously received a warning. And so to be really clear, it wasn't that they moved on already to direct enforcement. Those 4 tickets were only issued when the officer could verify that the person had previously received a warning. And we can do that because a part of the back-end system for the Hotspot app is for our enforcement officers to monitor license plates. And so in 4 instances, there were people who had received a warning and who chose still not to pay through the system and the options that were available to them, and those were the ones that received tickets. In terms of revenue for those 4 days, it's just under or just over $3,000. And there was a bit of a question about expenses to the municipality, specifically around signs. And I would note that all those new signs that you saw installed around the community were actually at the cost of the vendor. They are at no cost to the municipality. You'll remember that the municipality, a portion of the payment is remitted to Hotspot, our service vendor, and the signs are a part of that service that they're providing to us. And finally, one other adjustment, and this is just sort of as of today, we acknowledge that there is some common concerns about there not being enough signage and people didn't know where to go to pay. And so we actually have 57 new tap to pay signs coming. And so it'll make it even easier for people to see and be able to pay on site rather than having to notice a sign, walk halfway down the block and find that sign. So administration is working to make adjustments on the fly as we go. I think all in line with the direction that was given by council. And the early returns are, I mean, literally net positive, recognizing that there is a long way to go through the pilot project. We plan to run until October 12th, as council knows. And at that time, we would present council and the community with a full final report on the project, as well as findings and adjustments and potentially recommendations for council to consider should they wish to move forward to implementing paid parking on a regular basis. But I hope that that provides a bit of an overview. The intent here is for council to receive this report for information, and administration would be happy to present reports like this at some point in the future to whatever frequency council felt would be appropriate. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Givens. Very comprehensive and very informative report. We appreciate that for first 4 days into what is what started off to be a bit of a bold adventure because people were really resisting it, but I think they're accepting it very nicely. Congratulations on you and the staff for the fine work that's been done. And like you say, we make changes on the fly, and I think that's important. So thank you for that. Comments, questions from councillors? Councillor McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Journeau. I'd just like to express my appreciation to administration for their ability to roll with the refinement that's been done and to make those changes from the initial provisions to the the revisions have been presented to us today. Thank you to our community members, businesses, and visitors for being with us as the municipality rolls out this pilot project, and much gratitude to everyone involved, as I know how much work and dedication has gone in.
Councilor Demota?
Oh, yeah, I'm too very grateful for the information that has been provided, and I appreciate the update. I just wanted to walk through a couple of things, make some comments, and ask some questions. And you know, and I'll ask them here and there, so I'm not inundating you with my voice throughout the whole thing, because I'm sure people get tired of that. Just thank you so much. This is great. The going through the chart that you've provided for us, I think that's the easiest way to walk through this for me. Going down to residential permit accessible only in the initial provision, and then tweaking with them through the feedback. I apologize. So if I'm a regular resident and I go just sign up for my pass, that means I can go and park in front of my friend's house that's in that area and not have any issues with that. Have you got any feedback of residents wanting to park in the 2-hour zones within the community and want to have that waived, or not wanting to pay?
Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Demota, I think the answer to that's yes. I think that especially the initial resident survey was people don't like the idea of having to pay.
Right.
To be really blunt and direct, and so have we received feedback that residents would like to not have to pay? I think that's correct.
Yeah. So okay. So what's been brought forward to me by a number of residents after completing that survey was that one of the preambles in the questions was parking's not actually free. Free parking's not actually free because it's paid for by the stakeholders in the community. Now, so the argument came out is that, okay, well, if I've already paid for parking, why do I have to pay again? And I've kind of argued, well, that's kind of premium parking, and there's parking available elsewhere. But, the argument still stood, yeah, I get that. But at the same time, if I've already contributed to that parking spot and I need it for half an hour to go get groceries or 15 minutes to go here or whatever the deal is, I don't feel like I have to pay. And I said, you know what, that's a very valid point. So I will bring that forward, and that's what I'm doing. So I'm just wondering what kind of feedback we've got in that realm.
Well, Councillor Demota, I think ultimately that's going to be a council decision. I think at the end of the pilot project, council will have to decide, because there really is a philosophical question there. Not all Jasper residents own cars, and so there's some people who are paying through their taxes yet never utilizing the service. It would sort of be like making everybody get a membership to the pool, but that they never use it. And there is a philosophical question there that council will need to grapple with at the end of the project when we have a chance to get full results. I think it'll be interesting to see if we can identify how much of the revenue comes from residents versus non-residents. I don't know that we can call that up out of the data. That's something we would work with the vendor on. But I think ultimately that is going to be a council discussion and debate to say, should we pay for these costs, through the tax base, through user fees? And if we are charging something through user fees, do user fees apply equally to residents and non-residents if they both equally consume, conceptually consume this service? The same could be said for fees at the aquatic center. Residents who live in Jasper are subsidizing the aquatic center through their taxes, and they still pay a fee when they go in. Should we have a higher fee for non-resident users of the aquatic center? Again, philosophical question above administration's pay grade, but we would acknowledge it's a question that council will have to grapple with before moving forward with paid parking on a regular basis.
Okay, and just to finish up on that, on this particular question, I haven't been able to figure out exactly what Banff is doing with their resident passes downtown in their core when it comes to the hour parking, and I'd like to get a little bit more info on that, because they were just ahead of us with their program. So I'd like to see some feedback on that. But having said that, during, considering the revision in response to feedback, I'm just wondering if the opportunity is completely closed for council to make a decision part way through if we so choose to, if we are getting some political feedback and wanting to address community members not having to pay downtown. Are we structurally set up for that?
Councillor Joe, to Councillor Demota's question, the system is flexible. Right now, we only have 166 people who've signed up for resident passes. If council wished to provide free parking for residents, first off, that was, I think, explicitly discussed when council chose to implement the system. If council had a second thought about that, it is something that we can implement in terms of the technology, but all Jasper residents would then be responsible for getting themselves signed up in the system so that we could identify them as residents. And there would be some time lag in that. There would also be probably some administrative, that there'd be a good volume of people that would probably be beating down the doors to get their parking free pass. And so that would be things that council would have to consider, but from a technological standpoint, it is possible to turn on free parking for residents if council wished to do so.
Yeah, and I fully understand that, and I know that council made the decision, and I don't want to go against council, but we did make some changes to some of the stuff that when it came to masking last year, and we had to change on the fly. And I think that any opportunity when we have an ability to review that, I think it should be any councillor's ability to bring a matter forward. So anyway, thank you for that, and I'll leave it to the next person. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Thank you, Councillor Butler.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Mr. Given, for this report. I don't have a lot to say about it. Certainly, I don't have any appetite for redebating and relitigating earlier council decisions, and I don't think that's why this report was brought forward. I do have one question for clarification. The residential seniors pass, I don't really understand what that is. The way I read this, seniors that do not have a smartphone can get a residential seniors pass. Does that mean that only seniors who don't have a smartphone need one of those passes? And what does a seniors pass entitle that resident to?
Well, Deputy Mayor Janot, to Councillor Butler, it is a bit of a system that we set up outside of the technological solution. So there was a suggestion that there were some seniors who it would be impossible for them to participate in the system because they just did not have the skills or the technology. They just didn't have, no way, we can't do this. And so we needed some kind of solution, which really turned out to be you need an analog solution of some kind. And so what it really is a piece of cardboard or paper, I'm not sure exactly which it turned out to be, but a physical thing that you can put in your vehicle so that our team knows that you have a seniors resident pass. And at this time, we did not have an accurate way to assess how much parking someone may use. And so we had to make a judgment call on that. And it really ends up being that the seniors who do not have a smartphone and couldn't otherwise participate, for this year, we are covering that cost.
So thank you. So, but what I'm getting at, does that mean seniors are not paying for parking to park downtown, or are we talking about within the residential zone?
We're talking about in the downtown core.
Okay.
And so seniors who've expressed to us that they are not capable of participating in the system are being essentially, we're making a provision for them outside of the system.
Okay, thanks very much. I just want to, again, thank the administration for the report and also for all the efforts made in rolling this out. I think we all recognize that we, council, issued quite a challenge to administration when we went the direction of wanting to have a a larger pilot project, and a little bit one that is a little bit more difficult to implement, being downtown in the 2-hour zone rather than what was recommended by administration at the beginning. And I think there were really good reasons for going that direction. And I also really appreciate the responsiveness of staff in working through some of these sort of glitches as they come up, and there will be more. And I'm particularly appreciative of the community for their understanding in recognizing that the rollout has taken longer than we all might have hoped, but with good reason. And I think the rollout thus far has been done really professionally. And I think administration was wise to wait until, you know, you had all your ducks in a row, you had the signage, and you could do it right. Because what we have not had really is we haven't had a sporadic and difficult and on again, off again rollout. It's worked quite well. So residents' patience is appreciated. Their understanding is appreciated. And I want residents to know that we will continue to work out the glitches. Paid public parking is something that council has firmly believes is a good solution for the community at large. No one wants to pay for parking. I don't want to pay for parking. But it is increasingly the way of the world, and it reflects also a philosophical point of view that if we want to be a pedestrian friendly and bicycle friendly community, and one that is particularly accessible by walking and non-motorized transport, that this is one of the pieces to that puzzle. So just thanks to both administration and to residents for everyone's patience and good work in rolling this out.
Thank you. More comments, Councilor Demona?
Yeah, I'm just questioning, just because I've been reading through this stuff, and I apologize if I miss it. Is there a maximum on the 2 hour as far as someone that's paying is allowed to stay in that area? Is it still 2 hours or?
Deputy Mayor Journeau to Councilor Demota, no, there is not. We took the position that if somebody is willing to pay for the entire day, then they may stay for the entire day. We will have to assess that and see how long the regular parking session is. And we can through the stats, go through and see if there are some users who are paying for full days all the time, which might start to suggest that we're missing the intent of encouraging turnover within the zone. If we start it, but at a very high level, and this is not scientific, and actually it will be bad math, but if I just took the number of parking sessions, just under or just over 1,100, and looked at the total amount of revenue, some quick math there says that the average parking session is somewhere around $3, maybe $3 to $4, which is 2 hours. And again, very, very rough math. We can actually go into the back end and see if there was a specific user that on a regular basis was paying for a full, the full amount for the day. And then we would bring that information to council in the summary report. But at this point, it doesn't appear that that is a major concern. So we went with, if you're willing to pay, you can park for, fill your boots.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Given. And just something for the rest of council to consider for the future. And, it brought to my attention by some business managers, owners in the downtown core, is that the idea is to promote a little bit more flow, I guess, and maybe revisit the 2 hour maximum down the road, because especially with the new street seating concept, that there's even more limited parking, particularly for the prime parking areas. And I think essentially we'd want to promote a little bit more flow in traffic, especially parking, in those areas. So just something to consider.
Thank you. Mayor Arlen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Journeau. I want to add my thanks to those of other councillors, to administration in particular. We did leave quite a challenge with administration when council determined to go along this path. And we have received emails, of course, but not the volume and not the required responses that administration has had to deal with. And I very much appreciate what we have put on your table, Mr. Given, and that of your staff, and the responses that you've had. And in particular, we recognized early that there would be consequences in residential neighborhoods, and the intent of the pilot project was not to disrupt residential neighborhoods as we sought to gain information in the downtown core. But your responsiveness on that of your staff to residents' concern has been really impressive, and I want to thank you for that, through you to all of the staff. But as the goal here, and recognizing that this is still a pilot project, and from my perspective, the goal is to gain necessary information regarding the management really of a critical municipal asset. And so I'm wondering what the provider is anticipating being able to provide at the end of all of this. So after October, you've indicated that you can determine from some of the stats already sort of an average state. Do you anticipate that we would be able to tell with any greater degree of certainty the turnover rate that we can see because of paid parking? That is, will we be able to achieve a higher turnover rate, particularly for those businesses in the community that rely on that higher turnover rate? Are we at the same time assessing the use of the free parking areas, so the parking lots? Is anybody doing at least anecdotal surveys of use there, suggesting that with paid parking, we do in fact encourage people to park in the parking that has been developed for that very purpose? And it's those sorts of items that I will be very interested in reviewing at the end of the project when we come back to a critical analysis of what we have learned from this pilot project. So I'm just wondering whether the provider will be able to provide us with that sort of information at the end of the day.
Deputy Mayor Jeannot, to Mayor Ireland, thanks to the team there reporting that first, in terms of our signs, we are getting signs for the parking lots. That is a part of our order that was delayed. So we are getting, if I can call them that, well, I won't call them paid parking signs because they're going to be free, but we are getting free parking signs for the off-street lots that allow people to register their use so that we would be able to see how many people are using it. I'm curious to see how many people will bother to register that they're using a free parking lot. So, you know, that might be of limited benefit, but we are getting them nonetheless because we wanted to at least try to see if we could get some numbers on that. And I do hear that they can give us some numbers on turnover as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they call that up, but certainly we do have it. We don't have it down to individual stall numbers. We have it down to sections. And so we could see what the turnover was within a section, not down to the individual stall level. But we have broken apart the community and the paid parking zones into fairly discrete sections that allow us to identify this street on Patricia between Hazel and Mayette turned over this frequently. But we wouldn't be able to say the stall on the far west turned over this frequently, while the stall on the far east turned over that frequently.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. That is excellent news. I really do appreciate it, and thank you for all of the work to date and all of the ongoing work. I think it's magnificent.
Thank you. Any more comments? Rico, Councillor Demota, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just keep putting up my hands when I don't see anybody else that wants to talk. This might be from, this could be considered anecdotal, but this is firsthand experience. So for a 5-year period, I lived 5 houses up from the downtown core, which is now like in a permanent area, 5 houses up, right? So there was a lot of condensed or demand for parking after the 5 o'clock period, 5 p.m. And it used to be a game try to get home as quick as I could after 5 o'clock to get a parking spot. If not, I wouldn't see anything till about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night in front of my house. You know, and that's fine. Like, you know, it's a 2-month period, so you go and find a place to park. But I'm just wondering if you're getting any feedback from those residents adjacent on Patricia and maybe Geeky that are just right outside the downtown core and those permit zones, if they're still finding some congestion and inability to park their own vehicles.
I would say that we're not hearing anything different than we have in previous years. I'll put it that way. I mean, I think it's acknowledged that parking within the areas adjacent to the downtown core has always been under pressure. Through this work, to be frank with council, the largest challenge in this implementation so far has been dealing with the area that isn't paid parking. It is the residential zone. And so that we'll have some discussion about that at the end. But as you can see, the vast majority of our adjustments were in response to concerns of residents. Very few in response to concerns of visitors, because that part is generally pretty straightforward. So I would say that we haven't heard from residents that this has increased or decreased the congestion in their area. And that's a part of the reason why we did the initial survey. And we intend, well, not even intend, and we will do a closing survey to get the attitudes of residents in the adjacent areas at the end of the pilot project. So we can say, so how did that go? You know, did it live up to your worst fears? Did it increase congestion? Did it reduce congestion? But we're not hearing anything different right now than we have in previous years about congestion in residential areas adjacent to downtown.
It's good. And I also wanted to extend a thank you on the openness and the availability that the staff have made themselves and yourself in adapting to, you know, initial concerns of people in those residential areas, and listening to them and making things work, and having those extra passes available, I think has really helped things out. You know, I know that some people have been a little bit more vocal than others, and I, you know, often the squeaky cog gets the grease, so to speak. But I don't want it to people to think that because they're noisier that they're going to get the most attention. But there were some issues that needed to be addressed, and I think that you and administration and your staff have adapted to that very well. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Any more comments? Thank you. I think Mayor Ireland, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jernoy. Just a question for Mr. Given before I might make a motion. I really appreciated this opportunity. I am particularly interested, and I think the community is interested in the adaptations that administration has made as the plan rolls out, and dealing with residents' concerns and responding to them as you have done, and as we should as a municipal government. So I'm wondering what burden it might be on administration if council were to ask for further updates, either on a monthly basis or perhaps at each committee of the whole meeting between now and the end of the program, just so that these things come to our attention and to the public's attention in a formal setting, and we can keep abreast of what's happening. I appreciate that the work on administration is never ending, including with this project. And so reports are perhaps not always welcome, but these updates are really significant and important to council and to the community. So if there is willingness, I would certainly be prepared to make a motion that council invite administration to give us updates, either at each committee of the whole, or at least at one committee of the whole each month between now and the end of the program. But Mr. Given, I look first to you, because as I say, I don't want to overburden administration in an already burdensome environment.
Deputy Mayor Journeau for Council Mayor Ireland. Just first off to say that this really has been a whole team effort. Operations has ensured that the lines have been painted and that the signs are installed. Enforcement is out on the street, sometimes acting as computer consultants, helping people utilize the system. The administrative offices have been dealing with seniors and residents getting their passes. Natasha has been running the finance side and dealing with hotspot. Communications has been responding to resident concerns via email. So there really it has been a whole team effort, and I just want to acknowledge that. And that's why I'm thankful, Mayor Ireland, that you're sensitive to that administrative workload issue. Having said that, if council is comfortable with the information we presented, I don't see that it would be a significant burden to add updates to it on a monthly basis. I think, and also a monthly basis, I think would allow us to gather some useful data. I think every second week probably would, I'm not sure if there'd be that much new to report, but on a monthly basis would not be a burden to administration, and would also allow us to gather, a little greater number of days to report to council. And so we'd be happy to do that if council directed us. And I appreciate, again, that sensitivity, but we would take motions of direction. Invitation seems like something we may or may not accept, but if council is directing us, we absolutely will.
So Mayor Ireland, did you wish to
I
clarify
will,
your motion?
I will make a motion then that council direct administration to provide monthly paid parking updates at a committee of the whole meeting between now and the conclusion of the pilot project.
You've heard the motion. I'd like to make a small amendment or addition in that the report would include weekly stats, in other words, weekly trends, so that we as councillors could see, okay, the long weekend in August is that week, and in the weeks thereafter. I mean, we know that, but just want to make sure that the parking falls, rather than a 1 month report is fairly broad. So I would only add that little request. That's okay with Mayor. You've all heard the motion. Show of hands, all in favor? This directing administration. Thank you very much. That is carried.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I have a quick question before we wrap up this agenda item.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just because there were some people that felt this a little controversial on visitation, I'm just wondering, through you, sir, to Mr. Given, if we've received any negative feedback on this process from visitors so far. And you don't need to go into details, but just if any at all.
So to my knowledge, administration has not received any feedback from actual visitors who use the system suggesting that it impacted their desire to visit Jasper. And we did, through social media on a few posts in advance of the startup of the system, have some people say, well, I'm not coming to Jasper. And then in a couple of instances where they saw that it was $2, they actually came back on and commented, oh, well, that's not so bad. But no, we haven't had anybody contacting the office by email or any other channels suggesting that this impacted their desire to visit Jasper. We certainly will watch for that, but it is not something that we have seen in this first week of operation.
Yeah, thank you. And I did send out an email on an interaction that I had with some visitors, and so far it's been so good. I've kind of let people know who I am and why I've been inquiring, and so far people have said, it's pretty easy. We're used to it in the city. We're surprised it wasn't here before, and it's not a big deal considering it's prime parking. And that's pretty much the gist, not in those words, but that's kind of what I got out of it. So far, I think everything's progressing well. And I look forward to the future reports. And again, kudos to administration for with the constraints that you had for pulling this off. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will repeat what's been said by Mr. Givens. We got lots of comments in advance, but once the system was implemented, it called a lot of commentary, certainly from the residents. So it's a change for people, and people will have all kinds of comments to be made about that. But once it's accepted, it's fairly smooth and easy. So thank you for that. And thanks to administration for the job. It's a pilot project, but it's going to teach us a lot, both the council, the administration, and the residents of Jasper. Thank you. With that, we will move on to item 8.4, which is, that's a long thing, but it's a government's model for wastewater, for regional waste management. Mr. Given.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Journeau, the West Yellowhead Regional Waste Management Authority, as council knows, is a long-standing intermunicipal partnership between Yellowhead County, the town of Hinton, the town of Edson, and the municipality of Jasper to manage essentially the waste disposal site at the town of Hinton. The authority, and I should say through this report, I think Mayor Ireland is one of our 2 representatives on that board, will be the authority on this. But the essence is that the authority had investigated different governance forms that would help ensure that there is an overall tone towards environmental stewardship in the region. That recognized individual municipality specific needs and uniqueness of their current operations, and how they might create a body that would have the authority to promote, reduce, reuse, recycle, and recovery and effective waste management. So they went through a governance study, and the short view, because I know council has read over the weekend, you spent all of your time reading through the attached governance report and documentation. The short view is that the authority is proposing to move to a commission. A municipal commission is somewhat unique in that it has the authority to pass bylaws in the same way that a council would. But it also has the natural person powers that would allow it to employ staff and hold assets and hold liabilities, which are obviously important when we talk about post-landfill closure. So at this stage, without getting into all the fine detail that was contained in the governance document, the authority is essentially asking partner municipalities whether they support in principle the concept of moving towards a commission. And the reason that they're asking for that approval in principle is because they, in order to draft up the formal governance documents to transition to a commission, they will need to spend some money. You know, there'll be some $10,000 spent in consultants or lawyers' fees to draft up the documentation to move to a commission. And before moving forward with that, the authority wanted to ensure that member municipalities were generally on board with the move to a commission. You'll see in the recommendation that administration is recommending that council support in principle the governance and administrative plan, which suggests that they should move to a commission, but also that council identify that the detailed terms of reference for the commission should address 2 specific matters. 1, creating an annual requirement that the commission's business plan be formally endorsed by the member councils, and 2, removing or reducing the requirement for commission members to be appointed for a 4-year term. So in this initial documentation, and starting from the back end of those, in this initial documentation, they'd suggested that consistency would be important, which absolutely would be. And for the commission's purposes, they would like to have representatives from each community that are there on an ongoing basis for the entire term. Administration's advice to you would be that the council should consider that carefully. It really does fetter council's decision making. And so you may find, or a future council may find, that you've appointed somebody there, and for some reason you may wish to reassign them with a different appointment through the course of the term. And so our suggestion would be that council should retain the authority to do that. In the unlikely circumstance that you have a council member who isn't adequately representing the interests of Jasper at that table, you may wish to remove them. And so we'd suggest that you should do that. The other one is that the commission has the ability to set fees and charges by bylaw. And so they could set landfill tipping fees. They could potentially, depending on how the relationship is struck, which could impact utility charges in Jasper. Knowing that you're giving away that authority to pass some types of bylaws that could impact fees and costs, administration's advice would be that it would be worthwhile to have at least some annual check-in point where each of the municipal councils has the ability to express an opinion about the business plan. So For example, if the business plan says that in 2026, the regional authority is going to cause everybody to buy new trucks and costs will increase by 150%, council might wish to have seen that business plan at an initial stage and said, no, actually, we don't think that's appropriate. We can't support that. And the reason that we're suggesting it be at the business plan stage rather than at the budget stage is because the commission needs to retain budget authority. Obviously, there would be no purpose to having a commission if its budget was going to be micromanaged by each of the individual councils. But it is appropriate in administration's view that the councils have some input into the business plan, which ultimately drives the budget. And I will say that from my past experience, being a party to a multi-municipal entity, it is challenging to balance the interests of all municipalities that are participating. And if there is no opportunity created for the municipalities to express their opinion in a formal manner, the entity itself may head in a direction that ends up being a surprise to the partner municipalities. So that's why I would raise that one for council's consideration. But generally, administration has no concerns with the transition to a commission, other than identifying these two smaller nuances. I would turn it over to council for discussion debate and would certainly recognize that Mayor Ireland had participated in all of the governance discussions, worked with the consultants, and likely has some additional perspective to add to the overall conversation. I hope that I've represented it fairly.
Thank you for that. Before we move on, I have become mindful of the clock and reminded that we have to pass a motion to extend our meeting past 4 hours. Councilor Demora, thank you. All in favor? Thank you very much. Now we can proceed. Fortunately, we didn't have serious business in the last 15 minutes that could become null and void. No, just kidding. Comments? Mayor Ireland would like to add to the report. Thank you.
Well, I won't add to the report, but just some additional background. And Mr. Given, you might be able to help me out on this. I had anticipated that either Mr. Kreiner, who was retained as a separate consultant on this matter on behalf of the authority, either he and or Mr. Moore had anticipated making a presentation to council. Is that still in the works, or is that now a change?
Your Worship,
plan?
Yeah, Your Worship, that would have been today, and I don't know if we've had a miscommunication or if it's just summer, but I don't believe either were able to attend today. So they're not here to be able to answer those questions. That's why I'm relying on you as well as the council representative at the commission.
All right, well, thank you. And for council's benefit then, I think Mr. Given has certainly fairly presented the report. There is not unanimity, but there was consensus that changes had to be made at the authority. We have struggled for a number of years, and it's not dissimilar to the discussion that council has had internally with boards and committees and what structure is best suited to the needs of the particular organization. In this case, we found that the memorandum of agreement, which is attached to today's agenda, was insufficient for our purposes. We were hamstrung in the sense that it was almost impossible to hire staff. The authority worked on the basis of Hinton providing administrative services and billing back to the regional authority. But that was fraught with some difficulty because Hinton was challenged and could devote the time that they could devote, but the authority couldn't demand work in excess of what Hinton, who was providing the work, could provide at any particular time, and they had their own priorities. It's been a long-standing issue. Personally, I would have been less inclined toward a commission for some of the reasons that Mr. Given has alluded to. I think to some degree it removes a degree of local accountability. On the other hand, to deal with waste effectively, I agree that we need to take a regional approach. And other members of our confederacy believe that a commission is the best way to go. With those constraints that our own administration through Mr. Given has proposed, I support those. So a more quickly revolving term for any council appointments to the commission, and an opportunity to review the business plans in advance both seem eminently reasonable to me. To some degree, I have a concern that the current board is trying to address operational issues through a governance model. And that is maybe not the way to address operational needs, but something has to be done because the organization is flailing a bit, both in operation and in purpose. And this has been the result of extensive work. And I recognize that Myron Moore provided an excellent report. It's there for you. I know Mr. Given teased that you spent the entire weekend reading it, and some of you may have done that. And I've had several months to read it, and it is an excellent report. It looked at all of the possibilities. Commission is the one that comes out, but it does have impacts at a local level. So this will need council support, ratification from each council if it's to move forward. But that's where things are at in the world of regional waste management right now. The board, after lengthy discussion and excellent debate, has resolved that a commission is the appropriate form, and that's the report. And so it's here for information. There's no intent to push anybody into too quick of a decision, so it will be back later. But the sooner all of the member municipalities come to a decision, the sooner we can start the process, because it is an involved and a lengthy process to get a commission form. So it's all there for you. And if there are other questions I might be able to answer, I'll do my best. It had been my hope that Mr. Moore would be here in person, but I understand that things get lost sometimes in the communicating. So he is not, but his report is, and it is a thorough and quite excellent report. And that's all I have to add, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Demota.
Well, at the risk of sounding obsequious, I'm not really concerned how I come across, but different committees and boards require different amount of attention from specific individuals, and I'm very comfortable and glad that we're being represented at that level by our mayor. And I think, just in the information that we have here today and being presented with that knowledge, I'm grateful that you're representing us there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I will echo that comment myself. More comments, questions? As Mayor Ireland, this is introduction. I won't say information. This is introduction at this time, and there's more to come. Can I get some clarification there, Mayor Ireland?
I don't believe there is more to come. That is the report. It's not for decision today. I think, and now I've once again lost my agenda because the device died, but I think it's scheduled for decision by our council on August the 3rd at the next regular committee or council meeting.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Given, you had a response to that?
Well, yeah, actually, a bit of a nuance maybe. We are looking today for a motion in line with our new practice of committee recommending that council. And so we would look for a motion here if committee is ready to recommend this forward to council, so you could consider it for final motion on August 3rd. And I would say that this is not the final determination of whether council supports the creation of a commission, because that would come after all of the documentation is drawn up. But this is a support in principle. A motion of support in principle is what the authority was looking for before they went. I mean, if all member council said, no, we do not support the principle or the concept of moving to a commission, well, then they wouldn't spend the $10,000 on consultants. If there's support in principle, then it's worthwhile.
Thank you. Councillor McGrath, you had your hand up.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Journeau. I echoed the comments made by other councillors stating that we are very fortunate to have our mayor at the table of the Regional Waste Management Authority, and I do not have any questions. I read the report and its thoroughness, and I'm quite amazed by it. And I have never served on the Waste Management Authority board, and I'm very interested in it and look forward to any future opportunities to learn more. But thank Mayor Ireland for his representation at that level, and would support this motion on August 3rd. And if a motion is needed now, I'm sure Mayor Ireland will be making that motion, but if it's needed, I would be happy to.
Just before that, do we have more comments? Councillor Butler? Yes, thank you.
Thanks very much. And thanks, Mr. Given, for your work on this, and also Mayor Ireland. What I know has been a long conversation. I have one question. Under, on the, what page is it? Page where it says positives and negatives. There is a statement that says, the second bullet, a commission can approve its own budget and doesn't need to report its goals, plans, and accomplishments to the commission owners. I'm curious about that statement. It is stated as sort of an absolute, but it seems to me if the commission owners wanted to structure the commission such that it would be required to support its goals, plans, and accomplishments to the commission's owners, that the owners of the commission could, and I would suggest should, make that a requirement. Is it in fact the nature of a commission in Alberta, no matter what, that they cannot be held to, a commission cannot be held to that reporting standard?
I would defer to his worship if he has additional information, but my understanding is that the commission has full ability to pass a bylaw, which would impact rates, and they have a full ability to pass budgets as they see fit without approval from the constituent municipalities. And so that's why the administrative suggestion of building into the structure of the commission the requirement for the business plan to be formally endorsed by the constituent councils. So while we can't build in approval of the budget for the commission, because that is not, that's not possible, I believe it may be possible for the councils to have a role in formally endorsing the business plan, and at least requiring the commission to present its business plan that will drive its budget. So I think the intent here is exactly, Councillor Butler, as you said, if the owners wish to structure the commission a certain way, do they have that ability? I don't think we can take away the ability for the commission to approve its own budget, but I think we may be able to build in the ability for us as owners to approve their business plan.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Ireland, please.
If I can perhaps add to that, but perhaps it'll just be more confusing, but I agree with Mr. Given that the legislation determines what a commission can do and what the owners can do in the context of the commission. But the commission is almost like a separate order of government, but the owners can sit at the table. So collectively, the owners can determine the budget to the extent that they have a vote at the table, but no one owner can demand anything. It's a standalone entity, a commission, and that is why I open my comments with remarks about accountability being further removed from the community. But if all of the owners collectively decide that the budget should be, well, whatever it is, it shall be that, but no one owner can control that.
Thank you for that. When I read that, like Councillor Butler, I thought it was a bit open-ended, but I'm now satisfied with the commentaries that there are the sufficient controls on that. So I think at this time we would, I'd like to entertain a motion. Before we do that, Councillor Kelleher MP.
I'd just like to thank Mayor Ireland and Councillor Wilson. A lot of work was done there in the last 4 years. I had the pleasure of sitting on this board back in my last term for, I think, 1 year. And a lot of plans were put in place, and then election came, a new board, and a lot of stuff fell apart. So I'd like to congratulate Mayor Ireland, Councillor Wilson, and all the councillors that have sat on that board and brought it to this commission. I think it's a great step forward.
Thank you for that. May I have a motion here to, thank you, Mayor Ireland, go ahead.
Subject to correction by Mr. Given, then I would move that committee recommend to council approval in principle of the intent of the West Yellowhead Regional Waste Management Authority Board to move to a commission.
Thank you for that. Are we all clear on the motion? Any debate? Show of hands, all in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 8.4 is complete. Item number 9, correspondence.
Deputy Mayor Jeannot, I just wanted to check to see there were the 2 additional items, and if council wanted to accept those administrative recommendations about the length of appointment to members to the commission and the ability for constituent councils to approve the business plan. I think you should do that by motion as well. That way, when we, after you review this on August 3rd, we can say, yes, in principle, Jasper Council supports it with these 2 provisos. And so I think you just need to make those provisos by motion.
So could they be made in one motion? Those 2, thank you. Mayor Ireland?
I'm happy to make that motion, and I regret that I just didn't include that wording in my initial motion, but then it would, my motion would be that committee recommend to council adopting the 2 conditions in the report council received today from administration. That's a little bit of an easy way out, but rather than try and repeat all of what Mr. Given has said, I will make a motion that we adopt those additional conditions that have been recommended by our own administration.
And just to clarify, the first one is length of employment. What's the second one?
The first one is creating an annual requirement that the commission's business plan be formally endorsed by member councils.
Yeah, right.
And the second is removing or reducing the requirement for commission members to be appointed for a 4-year term.
Oh, I see.
So that means that if council appoints somebody, it would be a 1-year term. It could be extended, but 1 year at a time.
Okay, we're clear on that? And we're all supporting that, show of hands? Thank you. Okay. Now can I safely move ahead to number 9?
Well, just before you do that, I forgot that Councillor Wilson was on representing us as well on that committee, and I just I'd feel remiss if I didn't acknowledge that as well, because I don't want to give all the kudos to Mayor Ireland, although I am still grateful he's there.
Thank you, Councillor Demoto, very appropriate. Okay. Waiting for the last gun to be blasted at me. Item number 9, correspondence, please. Nothing?
I don't believe we have any items of correspondence, Deputy Mayor Jeannot.
Oh. Next one is review of motion action list. Very briefly, Mr. Given, we've discussed that quite a bit last week.
Yeah, well, we will discuss it every council committee of the whole. We're looking for a council motion to approve the following changes to the motion action list. 1, you'll note that there's a new date for the Bike Skills Park operational agreement. We're moving that to September. We'll just note for council, Mr. Greathead did make sure that there was the survey of the Bike Skills Park area has been conducted. So that piece of work is complete, but we're still working on the agreement for operation of that area. The community childcare strategy administration delivered today, I believe, a recommendation to council. You dealt with that. So that one could come off the list. Under the COVID relief reserve item, there were 3 specifics that council directed us to work on. We have delivered, I think, in a way, on the income-based support for daycare. So I would suggest that that third bullet under that item could be removed. And then finally, sorry, two last items, the targeted boards and committees review. We believe that we've delivered that with the community conversations policy. Of course, it will come back. And then the paid parking pilot project update. We were requested to deliver that today. We have. And then there's the motion that we'll just have that as a standing item for the next till the end of the project. But those items, I believe, could be removed from the list, and with that one update to the date on the Bike Skills Park. And so we'd look for a motion from council to approve those amendments.
Approve those amendments or acknowledge the update on the report?
Approve the amendments because
you.
it is your list. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor McGrath.
I can move that.
We
Councillor
all
Trudeau.
clear? Thank you very much. Are we all clear on the motion? So we're approving. Councillor Butler.
No, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Mr. Given, would you run through it again? I apologize.
No problem. I think in my haste to move through it quickly, I might not have done it justice. So the first change would be to change the date of the Bike Skills Park agreement between the JPCA and the Muni, to move that to September rather than July. The next change would be to delete the community childcare strategy item. That was reflected in the report today that we discussed, the RFD, and that recommendation is going forward to council. So we believe that one could come off. Under the COVID relief reserve, that one, those three came in one motion, and they will move as independent reports. And so I'm suggesting that the income-based support for daycare could come off, again, reflecting the action that council took today. The targeted boards and committees review. We did do that targeted review, which led to the policy on community conversations, and acknowledging that council has directed administration to revise that policy in return. You may wish to either view that one as complete and then replaced with the new one, or we could just leave it and then you could remove it next time. And then finally, the paid parking pilot project update, we did deliver today. And of course, we got additional direction today to do that on a monthly basis, which we will do. But this specific item from July 13th can come off.
Are we all clear? So do we vote? Did we vote?
I believe Councillor McGrath made the motion, but you haven't voted yet.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Butler, you had a comment, sorry.
Thank you very much. I am referencing community childcare strategy, and we have a recommendation to proceed with and fund a community childcare strategy study. But I am not sure if we have seen what we would refer to as a refinement with respect to the development of that. And this is really just a question. So what would the next action be? If the next action is that administration independently tenders out an RFD for that, or whatever it would be, an RFI, then I think we need to see it come back. But if the intent is to come back with a discussion as to some kind of framework or parameters for that study, then I'm satisfied.
Given
Deputy Mayor Chanot. So, and this is the benefit of the motion action list. So the June 8th discussion was where we had the long list of potential COVID recovery uses. We had a whole bunch of different things at a very high level, saying, well, we could do this, but there was zero definition to it. And so that is the item that's on the motion action list. I believe today we presented to council a recommendation to move forward with a community childcare strategy If council approves that at our next meeting, then the next steps would be for administration to move forward with engaging a consultant through the appropriate purchasing mechanism, RFP or other, and potentially bring forward to council some scope discussions on that. But I believe that we have brought forward a recommendation to council, a refinement of the concept of a community childcare strategy. We identified what generally would be in it. We identified at a high level what that cost would be. And those were details that were not received before. Again, if council approves the recommendation from committee that you just made to forward on, then we would have a new item of, deliver a community childcare strategy to council. So important to remember where this item came from, that June 8th long list of items that was really just a title and a length of time something might take and high or low cost estimate. And so we have certainly provided a refinement to that, although it is not the detailed scope of work for a community childcare strategy.
Thank you. Councilor Butler, did you have?
No, I'm satisfied with that. I wanted to ensure that, and Mr. Given provided me with the exact words, that we will yet have a conversation around scope of that work. So I'm entirely happy. Thank you.
So we did pass a motion to approve the motion action list. We can move on.
We need to vote.
We need to vote. Surprise, surprise. Show of hands to approve the motion action list as presented. All in favor? Thank you. Why are you so reluctant, Mr. Mayor? Please, making it difficult for me. Item 11.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, before we move on, just a little bit of housekeeping on a motion that I made earlier that we decided on. And I just want to clarify that and see if we can correct that if it's not too late, because the intention was, I think that for item number 7 on the agenda, I didn't mean that we remove policy and governance going forward. I think what I intended was in the motion that that committee direct council to remove the standing council strategic priorities update from the upcoming committee of the whole agendas. And I just wanted to make that clear because we can't make decisions today. So that would just be a recommendation going to the next meeting. If that,
Thank you for
if
that.
that helps. Okay.
Thank you for
We
that.
can
I think it
clarify
was
that we can fix that.
Yes, thank you. I think Mr. Given has acknowledged your commentary and requests there. So thank you. Can I safely move ahead to item 11? Council representation on various boards and upcoming meetings. Vacation time. Oh.
Sir.
Obviously it's vacation time. Nobody wants to report. Can we move on? No, somebody must have something. Councillor McGrath.
Just an update for council that last week I reported that Mayor Ireland and I would be attending a municipal role in reconciliation workshop that was supposed to be yesterday. It was canceled, and we will be attending dates in August instead.
Thank you. Any other reports? Okay, well, upcoming event, we'll have some reports there. If nothing happened, there must be something happening. Well, at this stage, we're going to go to item 13, which is in camera. And I will need a motion to move into camera. Councillor Kelleher MP moves that we go into camera at 2:15. All in favor? And that's carried. And we have already received an email about the new link. We thank the people